All right, welcome to our October 22nd, 2024 Board of County Commissioner meeting. We're going to begin with an invocation from Pastor Jim Harp of Stewart Alliance Church, followed by a Pledge of Allegiance led by David Yankwit, U.S. Army veteran. Thank you. Please stand.
Good morning. Would you join with me in a posture of prayer? Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning and we thank you. I thank you once again for the privilege of being here today to be able to pray and, Lord, just to seek your will and your presence, and knowing your presence is here, but to seek your will and direction in this meeting today and all the things on the agenda. Lord, we thank you that your word teaches us that you care about these things. Jesus was often praying, and his disciples saw that, and they said, Lord, teach us to pray. And he began what we refer to today as the Lord's Prayer with these words: Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. May your kingdom come and your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And so, God, we ask for your will to be done. Your word tells us that there's a way which seems right to a man, but the end thereof is separation from your ways and your peace and your direction. So, Father, we know that what's best is your ways. Your ways are higher than ours, and your thoughts are higher than ours. So, Lord, we thank you for that. And as I always pray, Lord, I ask your blessing, especially upon these that you have put in leadership over us in this county. Lord, bless them, bless their families, bless them as they go about their lives and all the things that go on behind the scenes that we don't know about. Lord, would you give them strength and courage and wisdom and direction? And so, God, we thank you that you care about all these things because you love us and you care for us. And I pray it all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, Board of County Commissioners, distinguished members, guests, fellow veterans, my name is David Yankwit, and I'm a proud husband and father of 4 sons, David, who's 9, Dean, who's 7, Dominic, who's 4, and Dwight, who's 2 months old, and I'm honored to be here with you today. I joined the United States Army as an infantryman in August of 2007 and served until Christmas 2009. Back then, when the wars were in Iraq and Afghanistan, the Army was handing out 2-year and 4-month contract for an infantryman and a $20,000 shipping bonus. So I took it and I felt like I was the richest 19-year-old kid alive. Always knew I was going to join the Army. It was definitely a calling, but it came very true on 9/11. I don't come from a military family, but once 9/11 happened, I knew one day I would wear the uniform of this great country and, like all who served, carry the torch of freedom and pass it to the next generation. I also knew the Army was very excited for me to join, as I would periodically receive responses to the thank you for your interest letters from the recruiting office and reminding me that I was way too young. Apparently there were requirements, and being 14 wasn't one of them. When I was finally of age, I tried college for about a year to see if I wanted to become an officer, and at that point, where the wars were in Iraq and Afghanistan in 2007 and at its height, I thought I'd better enlist now before the war ends. I went through basic and infantry training at Fort Benning, Georgia, and upon completion, I received orders to Fort Hood, Texas, where they were standing up a brigade to deploy. I was assigned to the recon platoon of the 1st Battalion of the 26th Infantry Regiment, 3rd Infantry Brigade Combat Team, 1st Infantry Division, the Blue Spaders, same unit as Captain America. Joining the Army and going to a few states west didn't seem like seeing the world, but nonetheless I was excited to get to my unit. See, upon graduation of infantry school, the time from graduation to deployment was about 2 weeks to a year. Either your unit was deployed or headed back home, but you could expect to be in country within that timeline. It would be about 7 to 8 months past graduation before we deployed. During the train-up, I was fortunate enough to attend and graduate from Air Assault School at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, where I learned about helicopters, jumping out of them, equipment, and sling load operations. About 2 weeks before we were scheduled to ship out to Sadr City, Iraq, our orders changed to go to the Kunar province of Afghanistan. I didn't know much about Afghanistan as our focus was Iraq, but I will soon learn quickly about combat operations. When we deployed in July of 2008, it wasn't too long until we heard about the Battle of Wanat and how the Sky Soldiers of the 173rd Airborne got overrun and the loss of 9 American heroes and others were very wounded. Knowing we were replacing that unit and the gravity of the tragic event, we will only come to understand the true meaning of loss when it becomes our turn in the fight. While in the recon unit, our battalion pulled half of the platoon, 2 squads, and created a personal security detail, and the other half will remain in the mountains. I switched to the detail and became a machine gunner for the battalion command sergeant major and his vehicle attachment. Our task was to escort the leadership to several meetings with village elders, meetings with company commanders, observe the battle space, do air assault missions on the Afghan-Pakistan border, and to figure out enemy movements in and out of the region. During the deployment, our security platoon had completed hundreds of combat patrols, numerous air assault missions, and defeated countless enemy engagements. While all that is important, nothing will replace those who we lost or were wounded either in our element or in the Blue Spaders as a whole. Staff Sergeant Rogers, my squad leader, or one of my great friends, Sergeant Dawson, will always be honored and remembered and serve as a reminder to live a life worthy of their sacrifice. We left Afghanistan in June of 2009, and I will tell you it was an uneasy feeling. Readjusting from sustained combat, seeing family, reuniting with guys who were wounded, and then the beginning of new chapters as people either re-enlisted and went to a new unit, were discharged, or stayed was a whirlwind of emotions. I decided not to re-enlist as I had enough of war. It was time to see what else life had for me. Little did I know I would meet my future wife within a few weeks of being home. I started at Indian River State College and graduated with my associate's degree and went on to FAU for my bachelor's in political science. I have 2 master's degrees, one from George Washington University and another from the University of Nebraska, both in the field of political science. I was a civics and U.S. history teacher in Martin County School District at Murray Middle and South Fork High School for 8 years. And now I'm in my 3rd year at IRSC teaching American government and international relations. My very first class teaching is in the first classroom I was as an IRSC student. Even though veterans like me are happy to stay in the shadows and out of the spotlight, we are also happy to shine the light on others who do so much for our community. I would like to thank Martin County Veterans Services for the amazing and selfless work they do on behalf of our veteran community. The knowledge, expertise, compassion, and dedication to the mission, which is the veteran and their success, is second to none. And to Brindell and Jeff and team, thank you. You make the difference, and Martin County and its veterans are better because of you. And thank you for what you have done for me and my family. Recognizing that Veterans Day is a few weeks away, I appreciate the honor to share a little bit of my story, honor the lives of others, appreciate the service, and remember the sacrifice. It was an honor to speak to you and be with you all today. Thank you, and God bless.
That was awesome, by the way. It really was.
We should end on that.
Huh?
We should end on that note.
Yeah. Okay, we're done. Let's go home. All right. Today we have 9:05 public comment, which is 5 minutes ago, but we'll get to it eventually. We have at 12 p.m. a private attorney-client session. And at 5:05, we have public comment once again. Additional items, Department 6, request for private attorney-client session considering the case of Be a Man Buy Land, LLC versus South Florida Water Management District, ETAL, whatever that means, case number 2023-CA-00052. And then we have a consent agenda pulled by me for the first time. Yeah. Consent number 8, request for approval of a deed of agricultural easement from Becker B14 Groves Limited as a condition of the approved Discovery Planned Unit Development, PUD, zoning agreement for the Discovery Project. I felt that this was a serious enough and issue that we needed to have it out in the public. Okay, and with that, could I get a, I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith?
Mr. Chairman, good morning. Move approval of the agenda with the additional item of department item number 6 for the private attorney-client session, and with the addition of consent, or with the consent pull of item 8.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we are going to skip down to proclamation number 2. Mr. Gordon is going to do a presentation for a retiring employee, present a plaque of recognition and appreciation to Norm Vanderhiden, upon the occasion of his retirement from service within Martin County Board of County Commissioners. I've had the pleasure of working with Norm, and he is an amazing guy. The best quote ever, we're meeting with a constituent, and he goes, "Ma'am, I can't make water go uphill." I will never forget that as long as I live. But anyway, he's a great guy.
I'm guessing that's why Channel 5 is here today.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Great job, John.
Jim Gorton, Public Works Director. With me, I have Norm Vanderhiden. So Norm has been with the Public Works Department for nearly 31 years. He served as a heavy equipment operator, road maintenance supervisor, stormwater inspector, and engineering inspector. He even fills in for us as a bridge tender when we're in a pinch at the Hope Sound Bridge. He was a volunteer firefighter out of Station 33 and a Navy veteran. Norm has a knack for implementing new programs and performed critical roles in development of our Vector truck sweeper program and CCTV stormwater inspection program, all of which are essential water quality improvement programs that we have, and they're born out of his input and constant refinement. His unique combination of technical skills, common sense, and will to succeed have served him well in his career. Customer service has been a consistent focus throughout Norm's career. And in his role as our lead stormwater inspector for the county, he meets with the public on a daily basis to review their concerns and develop solutions. Since the advent of the online request for service system in 2006, Norm has investigated, responded to, and closed out over 5,000 requests for service. That's more than most departments during that time frame. One of the inspections in Palm City during a flood event resulted in Norm saving a child who was swept downstream in a flooded creek. That gained local and regional media attention. While not one for notoriety, he represented himself, Public Works, and the county well that day. In closing, I wanted to highlight the critical role that Norm plays in the county. I was in the EOC during Hurricane Milton when we started receiving information about tornadoes touching down in the county. First out west in undeveloped areas, and then in Hope Sound and Port Salerno where homes were impacted. Norm was the first person I called, from the EOC to inspect the damage, develop a response, and to lead a crew to remove the downed poles and debris to clear the way for emergency services. He quickly coordinated a loader crew and mobilized to the area to remove the debris. He and the crew were actively working on US 1 when the second tornado went by about a quarter mile south of where they were working. They worked until dark that day and every day that week to restore access and begin the recovery process for our residents. After working dusk till dawn multiple days, helping our citizens recover, Norm volunteered to go to a coworker's home to help him because he lost his roof during the second tornado. This just speaks to Norm's character and willingness to help others, which has been a constant throughout his career. So please join me in congratulating Norm for a successful career and to wish him well in his future endeavors.
Well, I just have a few words before I read the plaque, and that is Norm's, you can hear his service to our nation and his service to Martin County. It's one consistent thing about Norm is he has a big heart. He's a caring human being, and he loves Martin County and all those that he works for and the citizens. And that's what I'm most proud of working with him. Now, Mark used to say, don't let Norm get bored. You know, a bored Norm is a dangerous Norm. But anyway, and I know but in all the times, you know, that's, I think, speaks to the character of your employees, and Norm is exemplary of that, and that is truly reflects the best of all of us. And I'm going to miss you greatly working in our organization. There's big shoes to fill. You and a handful of others have really led the way in our public works and our service to our community, and it's been my pleasure to work with you for this many years. And so, in grateful recognition of 30 years of dedicated public service to Martin County Board of County Commissioners and the citizens of Martin County, presented this 22nd day of October 24. Thank you, Norm.
Thank you. Commissioner Campy.
Norm, you look young and very fit. Motion to deny your retirement. Is it because they work you too hard? Because we could work out like a part-time thing for you. I mean, I think you're, with all kidding aside, you are a classic example of what makes Martin County great, and the quiet, steady, professional leadership of our staff. And when I talk about, the five of us, we're the public faces or leadership. It's the men and women like you that are in the trenches that make Martin County so wonderful, make our residents so pleased and safe. So God bless you in your future, and we will miss you very much.
I'm also friends with Norm's wife, and I know for a fact that Norm, she will keep Norm busy, trust me. So, anyway.
Probably will wish he had a part-time job.
Exactly, yeah. He'll be working harder at home, trust me. Okay.
No, now you have to have paparazzi. 1, 2, 3.
Is his wife here? Is that her in the back? With the holding up the phone video?
Yeah.
Why don't she come forward for a picture? Norm, why don't you bring your wife forward so we can congratulate her and thank her? Come on, Sue. We know it's not one person that does all this work. It's here she is, everybody. Get a picture. Get a picture. Yeah.
Much better.
All right.
If you change your mind, door's always open.
If you have the pleasure of following them on Facebook, they do more traveling and canoeing and you name it activities than anybody's I've ever seen. Okay, so back to, we're going to do our proclamations now. Laura is going to read them, and I'm going to stand down.
Good morning, Commissioners. First, we have a proclamation declaring Paralegal Day in Martin County, Florida. Paralegals are known for their integrity and professionalism as they support essential services, legal research, real estate matters, and other facets of law practice. October 23rd is recognized as Paralegal Day, and the Board would like to take this opportunity to acknowledge the men and women of this profession for their diligence in meeting the continuing needs of our communities. And here to accept, we have Mandy Johns, who is a real property professional under the Public Works Department. Come on up, Mandy.
Good morning. October 23rd is recognized as National Paralegal Day in the U.S. and in Florida as well. Paralegal Day has provided an opportunity to recognize and appreciate the work of all paralegals in our state and the nation. A paralegal is an essential part of an attorney's administrative team, and as the need for attorneys continues to grow, skilled paralegals are increasingly in demand. The Florida Bar currently has around 4,700 registered paralegals who assist 107,000 Florida Bar authorized attorneys. Paralegals and legal assistants are largely considered the backbone of every law firm and fulfill critical roles within the legal community. From conducting research, drafting pleadings, contracts, and more, these legal professionals are fundamental in supporting attorneys. Here at Martin County, we real property paralegals are responsible for creating, implementing, and managing leases of county property, as well as county property leases of outside properties. We are responsible for obtaining easements and providing easements for drainage, utilities, access, maintenance, and many other needs. We are also responsible for acquiring new property needed for county purchases, as well as disposing of surplus property and maintaining the list of surplus properties. We are lucky enough to be able to work with most of the departments within the county on a regular basis to help them complete their plans when it comes to real property. As we celebrate National Paralegal Day this year, we are reminded that paralegals are a growing force within the legal field, and we hope that you'll take a moment to sincerely thank these hardworking individuals who are responsible gatekeepers for the legal profession.
Make you do it by yourself. All right, let's take a couple. Our second proclamation is a proclamation declaring National Disability Employment Awareness Month in Martin County, Florida. October 2024 is the 79th anniversary of National Disability Awareness Month, and its purpose is to educate about disability employment issues and celebrate the many and varied contributions of America's workers with disabilities. The board urges all citizens to recognize this month by bringing together businesses and partners to break down the barriers faced by individuals with disabilities who are working or seeking employment, helping improve the quality of life for all. And here to accept, we have Glenna Paris, who is the Gift Planning Officer for Helping People Succeed.
Nope. Not Glenna Paris. Glenna, you look so different.
I know. It's the hair. I changed the hair.
Yeah, sorry.
Unfortunately, Glenna was not able to make it today, but good morning. My name is Shannon Wilson, and I am the Director of Successful Futures at Helping People Succeed. I would like to take the opportunity to thank the Board of County Commissioners for this proclamation in recognition of National Disability Employment Awareness Month. The purpose of this month is to celebrate the contributions of people with disabilities to the workplace and the economy. This year's theme is Access to Good Jobs for All. Good jobs change lives, and all workers, including disabled workers, deserve the opportunity to prepare for, obtain, and succeed in them. Helping People Succeed is proud to partner with businesses and organizations in Martin County to provide training and employment opportunities for our community members with disabilities. Our goal is to help the individuals we serve to find real jobs for competitive wages in an integrated environment. We strongly believe that everyone who wants to work should be able to, and with your support as well as the support of the residents of Martin County, we are able to continue working to make that a reality. Thank you again.
Laura, you're doing a very good job.
And our final proclamation today is a proclamation declaring Bible Reading Marathon Week in Martin County, Florida. The year 1990 was proclaimed by a joint congressional resolution and presidential proclamation as International Year of Bible Reading, and Bible Reading Week has been celebrated annually thereafter. In recognition of Bible Reading Week, the 24th Annual Bible Reading Marathon will be held November 4th through the 8th at the Bandshell in Memorial Park and feature a 90-hour continuous read-through of the entire Bible. And here to accept, we have Pastors Eddie and Joanne Rodriguez, as well as Dr. Julie Bjornson. They're with Step into Grace and New Life Ministries.
Morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. We just want to thank you first for, once again, giving us this proclamation. It means so much to the people in the community each year as we gather, and this is our 24th year. And I do want to let you know that this is the longest-running Bible reading marathon in our nation. And it brings so much hope and peace to the community as people come from all over the county and beyond to come out and read. It's pretty miraculous, they fill 365 15-minute time slots to read through the Bible day and night, rain or shine. And so when we're out there, we get so many just wonderful responses from families come out, business people come out, ministries, churches, people connect that normally wouldn't be able to connect. And it just is a wonderful week as we proclaim God's word over our nation. And it began with Pastor Donna and Jean Hilton to begin this, to read the Bible over our nation as protection over our nation. So I just want to thank you for this week. And we invite everyone to come out and be a part of this week. You can give us a call at 561-670-0469. We have flyers out, and we just welcome everybody. Everyone is welcome, and we're out there with love and peace, and just looking forward to this year and all the community that it touches in a special way.
Thank you.
You want to talk about that?
I just like to say that I am completely 100% in agreement with my wife.
Smart man.
Dr. Julie, please.
Well, tell them we need night readers. Okay. I'm Dr. Julie Bjornson from Port Salerno. I survived the tornado. Good morning, Commissioners. This is my 24th time to thank you for our Bible reading marathon proclamation. To me, this is really important, and I share this all across the county, that our commissioners have given us such a wonderful proclamation. The marathon began 24 years ago, 9/11/2001. Right after that, our church was directed to read the Bible to protect us from terrorist attack, and we've been really well protected, other than the tornado. 9/11 was sudden and unexpected, bringing people back to churches and the Bible, the foundation of our nation's constitution, government, and education. And many presidents understood that without the morals and ethics taught in the Bible, our nation's self-government would fail. But today, Bible truths and God's authority are under extreme attack. Nationally, lawlessness is replacing our constitutional authority. And spiritually, liberal rewrites and copyright limitations of the Bible undermine foundational doctrines. Throughout the Bible, God's love is freely available to all who will accept it. The entire Bible is a record of God's extremes that he has gone to in order to avoid the destiny of our fallen Edenic state. Yet what is our response? No, God, I want to love you. I don't want to love you. I'll do it my way. But when humans fail to respond, God has three alternatives. He can indulge it, allowing our human rebellion, or he can force us to obey, which removes our free will. But that leaves the only real choice. The only way is to withdraw himself. Whether we realize it or not, our existence of God is necessary for our continued existence. Just as an orchestra with many talented musicians requires a conductor, our existence depends on God. The Bible says in Colossians 1:16, all things were created by him, and for him all things are held together. But what would it be like if God left us alone? We know about physical death. The body dies and we're separated from the soul. But there is a spiritual death when the soul, by choice, is separated from God. Ultimately, it's our choice. It is up to us to choose everlasting life or everlasting death, which is spiritual separation from God. And it's final. We have to choose or refuse. Do we have the ability to even imagine what everlasting death without God really involves? I don't think so. The real you is not a finite body. God wants you to know you are eternal. Whether you're saved or not, or you believe in Satan or not, the important question is, where are you going to spend the rest of your life? In the presence of God, or force him to withdraw himself? We all physically die, but spiritual death is a conscious choice. Make sure of your destiny. Father God provided his Son, Jesus Christ, to redeem us from the darkness of this world. His gift is eternal life. It's free. Just believe and renew your citizenship in heaven. To help choose life, God provided two gifts to resist evil: his written word, the Bible, which we try to share every year, and it's been preserved over 2,000 years and through the death of many martyrs, and the Holy Spirit, who withholds evil on earth and leads us into all truth. Please consider signing up to read 15 minutes this year for God's protection over Mountain County and our nation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is public comment. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. After 2 minutes, 45 seconds, you'll hear a tone that just simply says you have 15 seconds to wrap your comments up. And I believe Mr. Donaldson has a
prepared statement. Yes, sir. Since we are in election season, politicking is prohibited, which is defined as advocating the election or defeat of a candidate for public office, either partisan or nonpartisan. This includes the use of words, dates, signs, props, and/or wearing apparel that convey a message of support for a person or group of persons. Thank you.
Okay, our first public speaker forum is John Dial, followed by Patel, last name.
Anil.
Good morning, Commissioners. How are you?
Morning.
First, I want to thank the county on that response for the hurricane and the tornadoes. The guys that are cleaning up in the street, like Norm, those guys in trenches are unbelievably good. Second thing is I've been reading the newspaper and started getting the Treasure Coast paper again, and a lot of the sentiments are concerned about making rash decisions on agenda items right now with a new commission coming in. I kind of support that. The last part of this is I've got good friends in yellow here, and they're pretty persuasive. I would like the commission to take a long, hard look on whether or not we're going to want a station in Stewart and every aspect of that and lay it out before the public. Let's don't rush into anything. I don't think we have to. If you're going to take a station, you can take it today, you can take it tomorrow, you can take it next year. If they want to go to Fort Pierce and they talk about the distance between the cities that they want to run, all I'm asking is just give that a good look and a public read on it, and let's see what the financial responsibility is. Thank you for your time.
Neil Patel,
Maybe not.
and maybe pronounce it correctly when you get up there. Thank you.
My name is Anju Patel, and good morning to all. I'm here to support the Brightline station. I have been a resident of Martin County since over 2 decades, and my husband has been paying taxes diligently. And this is a time when I want a station in my town, in Stewart, and it makes sense. It's for my children, for the future generations. And just the fact that there is stations in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Aventura, Boca Raton, West Palm Beach, Orlando, and now Stewart. Stewart will be on the roadmap just by the fact that we have a train station. And people will be connected to big towns and also to the world And just the way the other towns, these important towns that I just mentioned that has the stations, will also be connected to Stewart. It is important for the citizens of Stewart and the businesses. And I strongly support the station, and I know I will get the station. Thank you.
All right, we're Richard Olson, followed by Steve Vital.
Vitale.
Tally.
Good morning. Good morning.
I don't have much to say because I think you've heard everything. You know about the city of Stewart and their issues. You know about the Brightline, you know, the good, the bad. The good is, it's easy. It's a simple station where it's supposed to be. All I want to show, I'm not sure what the protocol is, but here's a plaque that basically says, you know, Brightline, the Stewart City Hall, city commissioners didn't do it right, and hopefully 2 weeks from now, you will vote Brightline in, and this plaque will be on the wall of the new, what I call, the Martin County Brightline Station. It's no longer the Stewart Brightline Station. It should be the Martin County. And it's basically showing that you five are the ones that brought it to us. So I'm not sure if I give this to you or to give it to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, if you could pronounce your name correctly, and then you're followed by Sherilyn Thompson, maybe?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Stephen Vitale. I live at Knowles Road in Souls Point. I own the old Colorado Inn in downtown Stewart. I've been fighting for tourism for a large portion of my life. I am a former member of the tourism board for this county, and it's no secret that tourism is the lifeblood of the Florida economy. What happened at the City of Stewart meeting last Tuesday was a disgrace, in my opinion, the way that the gentleman from Brightline, the vice president, was treated. He was rudely approached from the dais while he was sitting in the audience and basically told to go to Fort Pierce. This Brightline station has been in the works for 40 years. People have been working on it. You have all spent countless, probably thousands of hours working on this, and we're going to allow a few rookies to come in at the last minute and take this away from our town, from our county. We need this station not only for our tourism-based economy, but for the lifestyle of its residents. I have to go pick my daughter up tonight who's traveling from St. Louis to come visit us. And I would love to just go drive down to the station at downtown Stewart and pick her up instead of wasting my entire evening late at night going down to pick her up at the airport. It's not rocket science. We always knew on the tourism board that most of the people came from, millions of people are visiting us from the Miami area and the Orlando area. If we don't have this station, we're going to lose a lot. People will not be able to come here. This is the new artery that's being developed through this train station in South Florida, and it's eventually going to go over to Tampa, as we all know. Sometimes when you have a younger sibling that's misbehaving, you need to reprimand them and you need to correct the situation. And it's time for you all to take decisive action. This is the time for action. I disagree with the first gentleman who spoke that you need to take your time, and this has been analyzed for 40 years. This is the time to exercise leadership, okay, and take the bull by the horn and do what needs to be done. We have to seize the moment. All the stars are lined up. There is a grant with $50 million that's available if you make the application in December. Why would anybody pass that up and allow that to go to another town? We've all paid our federal taxes on that. That would be insane. The time is now. Please exercise leadership that I know you will, and do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Cheryl Thompson, followed by Raj Patel.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sherry Lee. Somebody else filled out my card.
A different person.
Sorry about that.
This might not be you, then.
It's me.
Cheryl Ann Thompson.
It's me.
That's very different than.
I have a stage name.
Oh, okay. Also known as Sherry Lee.
I'm Sherry Lee.
I struggle enough without anybody.
I know. I'm sorry. My friend is
that's
very
okay.
sorry.
Whoever you are, go ahead.
Whoever I am, thanks for everything you have done in the past to get Brightline to come to Martin County. What you did in 2018, I think it was, with that lawsuit and the settlement. You had the foresight to make sure we had a station. The city is a bit of an embarrassment to all of us right now. We just want our station. I feel like we've worked on this for a long, long time. We know the deal. We know what's involved. We have the federal money. If you guys could just assure the residents and the businesses that we're going to get the station, assure Brightline that you're going to do the deal, get it under contract, and then put a back door in for Stuart to come in and join us in 6 months when they get their heads out of their butts. If they do, we don't know what they're thinking. We thought we had some people convinced that it was a good idea and they made a good deal, and that's gone off the rails, pardon the pun. So see if you can get this done for us. We support it. I think you can see that, and we appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Patel is followed by Sam Hay.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Raj Patel. I filled out her form.
Uh-oh, it's all your fault.
I'm 2 decades plus Martin County resident and taxpayer for both Martin County and for the city of Stuart, same amount of years. It's been 6 weeks, and the Brightline has weighed on my mind daily, sometimes more than once in an hour. And the minds of all my friends and family, I'm sure on your minds as well. And I'm pretty sure of that. It's taking a toll. Please put this to rest. The City Commission, as you all know, has failed. The people, we all showed up en masse, 10 times more people than there are here because they're tired. So anyone to say that we should look at it and take our time and look at it more carefully makes no sense. We're going to lose it. Obviously, you've seen that the city didn't address it. It's a monumentous juncture in all our lives to have a station here. They stalled. Their intentions are only known to themselves. Nobody else knows their true intentions. All we know is they've made us a laughing stock of the entire Florida state. We've read it in the newspapers. We've seen it on TV. It's very, very embarrassing. So please put this to rest. Get us the train stop so we can all reap the benefits. We all know what the economic benefits are, the safety benefits of not having to drive on I-95 and get rear-ended or sideswiped. You all know it. The train will help intermodal transport, which is the benefit of each resident, each business owner. That's the backbone of this economy. So please, for the generations to come, when you guys as city commissioners plan and planners plan, you don't plan for today, you plan for 20, 30, 50 years down the line. So the time has come. Make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hay is followed by Angela Ratinella, which is probably wrong, but.
Good morning. I'm Sam Hay. I live in Port Salerno. I see on your agenda for today's meeting there are several proposals for substantial changes to our comprehensive plan. And considering the history of the current county commission, the prospect for any further changes to the comp plan is unavoidably suspect. The recent election results for both Martin County and the City of Stuart commissions indicate that the majority of us feel we've had more than enough of excessive development. I urge you now to reject any changes which would continue this trend of overdevelopment. Given the unambiguous results of last month's elections, it would be inappropriate for this lame duck commission to make any questionable changes to our comprehensive plan. Because these proposed changes are apparently quite complicated, I don't understand them all. I believe that at the very least, they should be properly presented to the public and that sufficient time be given for full public scrutiny. Any effort to rush through these changes would look a lot like our governor's ham-handed plan to bulldoze a major portion of Jonathan Dickinson State Park to build golf courses. And we know how well that sneaky attempt was received by the people of Martin County. The obvious question here is who stands to benefit from these changes? In the case of Martin County, it's not citizens who wish for the opportunity to live in a location unspoiled by nerve-wracking traffic, increased levels of crime, and rampant development. We are again faced with the inevitable question of follow the money. Who typically benefits from weakening the comp plan? It's developers who seek to maximize their profits at the expense of our environment and our quality of life. Let's put a halt to this disastrous trend now. You commissioners were elected to represent the will of the county's citizens. If you vote to approve developer-friendly changes to weaken our comp plan, you are certainly not representing the will of the people. The people of Martin County have spoken. Please respect our voice. What's the rush to make changes in the comp plan anyway? Is it just to satisfy the wishes of often unscrupulous developers before a new commission can be seated?
Angela Rantelli, please, is followed by Terry Kogel.
Hi, good morning. I'm Angela Rantanella. Very nicely done. Standing here feels awkward, but I can get over that. What may happen to Martin County if you pass these amendments to change the comprehensive plan? I cannot and will not get over that. All of these people come before you. They send you emails, and all of them are asking the same thing, to please wait to vote on these changes until the new Board of Commissioners are seated. Yet there's a big push forward to get this done fast. There's no new laws that are commanding this to be done, and there are many other items on the agenda as well. It makes me wonder, why couldn't it wait? Why not wait? I really don't have the answer. All I know is that these people count on you to hear their concerns and act accordingly. And why so many changes? We believe this plan is designed to protect us from overdevelopment and should not be changed at all. I don't know anyone who's asking for the contrary, no one. We all like the special nature of Martin, want to keep it that way. So why wouldn't you? Please wait to vote on these. Thank you.
Terry Kogel, followed by Dottie Lancey.
Good morning, Commissioners. I've been to the disaster area 3 times delivering supplies and emptying out 2 houses of debris. I would like to thank Commissioners Hetherington, Campy, and our newly elected Cap for your concern in reaching out to help our residents who have lost so much. The commissioner from the district that was severely affected by the tornadoes has never appeared and shows her true colors, and all of them are dark. If there is a recall petition going around, and I would like to be the first one to sign.
Miss Dottie Lancey, followed by Walter Loya, maybe?
Morning, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to talk to you again. I wanted to do this without notes because I wanted to speak to you on a personal level, but since I'm not as eloquent as I wish I were, I do have a couple notes here. But I'm here because I think it's very, very important, and I'm going to ask you for a special favor. Please, find it in your hearts and in your consciences to table the vote on changes to the comp plan until the new board is seated next month. I know you all love this county as well as I do. We all love it, and we're very grateful to be living in a beautiful, beautiful part of Florida. And the reason that we do live in this beautiful part of Florida, and it's different from most of the areas here in the state, is because the former commissioners had the foresight and they had the selflessness to preserve our natural resources. Recent elections have shown what the people want. They aren't happy with the direction in which the present government has taken. And so I'm asking you today to do the right thing, to represent the wishes of the voters. Please do the right thing today and table any vote on the comp plan. For some of you, it's your last chance to do and show the people that you really, really care about our beautiful Martin County. Thank you.
Walter Lloyd, followed by Bonnie Moser. No.
Morning, Commissioners. My name is Walter Lloyd. So our new commissioners over at the city, referred to as rookies, they were voted in by the taxpayers and should be regarded as such. Voters spoke in the last election. They spoke loudly. It wasn't even close. It was a landslide. So when it comes to the comprehensive growth management plan, the ear doesn't force changes, as we heard before, was so eloquently put. The number one thing from the workshop that was held for this subject, the number one thing that your constituents asked for, the priority, was that we protect and preserve our comprehensive plan with no changes. Voters have spoken loud, resulting in a lame duck commission, some of you. And it appears that part of this constituent is pushing an unwanted agenda. At least 3 of you can still make a difference to hold off and let the new commission have input on these issues in a fashion that represents the taxpayers. And that would be before any transmittal to the state. So, in my opinion, that also goes for Brightline. I don't think you should be making any decisions on Brightline before your new commissioners have an opportunity to weigh in on it, simply because they were voted in with such emphasis. Thank you.
Bonnie is followed by Mr. Tom Pine.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bonnie Moser. I live on Southeast 10th Street in Stuart, Florida. I'm here today to talk to you about the Brightline. I emailed you all yesterday. And what I have gathered from the last few meetings that I have sacrificed time to attend at the Stuart City Commission is that I'm not confident that they are going to make this decision. It seems like they're just going to keep kicking the can down the road and using excuses to do so. I want to talk to you about a few things in terms of the Brightline. I'm a mother of 2. Our family's traveled in Europe and Africa extensively, and we love rail travel. It's easy for families. I don't have to worry about potty breaks or, when we're going to stop to feed the kids. We get to be together as a family. But it's not also convenient as a mother. It's safe. I work as an urban designer in the transportation field, and I want to talk to you about some statistics. From 2018 to 2023 in Florida, there were 20,346 roadway fatalities in our state. There were only 297 railway fatalities. We have a study that says from 2001 to 2009, for every billion passenger miles traveled in the United States, there were 7.28 car deaths. There were only 0.43 train deaths. Rail travel is safe. And in South Florida, where we all, I'm sure, know somebody who has died in a traffic accident, having another alternative of transportation is important. The Brightline is also an economical decision for the county. You all, I'm sure, know our county capital improvement plan. We spend $39 million annually to maintain and improve our roadways. But you drive on our roads just like I do. You know that not only are our streets not safe, but they're congested. And the conventional measures that we are taking with the Florida DOT and transportation, they're not solving either of those problems. providing an alternative transportation mode like rail travel, that can help. I also want to talk about Brightline being a one-time cost. So we've had lots of numbers thrown around. We know that there are grants in the mix, but something people aren't talking about is that we're on the hook to build the station. We are not on the hook to maintain or operate the station, and that is a big deal. The Sun Rail has 16 stations up in Orlando. It costs about $3.8 million annually per station to operate and maintain. The Tri-Rail, I'm not sure how many stops it has, but I did the math, and it averages out to about $7.2 million per station. If you do the math on that over the long term of the lease, us just paying for the station, that's a good deal. We don't have to worry about maintaining and operating. And last, I just want to talk to you about, folks are saying don't rush, don't rush. In the design and planning field, we have something called analysis paralysis, and it's when local governments mull over things and do new studies and have new meetings over and over and over again. Somebody mentioned before, we've been talking about this for 40 years. We've always wanted to restore rail to Stuart, Florida, and I'm asking you to please do that for us. Thank you.
Mr. Tom Pine is followed by Steve Adams.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Tom Pine. I'd like to first thank the board for having the speakers on in the rear of the chamber this morning. Shock, surprise, and thank you are in order after the repaving of Jensen Beach Boulevard for leaving the old-fashioned center turn lane. Instead of the death trap that was used to replace the center turn lane on Dixie Highway in the Port Salerno area, I feel it's a rare event in Martin County when safety comes before beautification, as in the Port Salerno area. I can't believe what I'm hearing, that Three Lakes Golf Club, one of the largest projects that was approved by violating the Martin County Growth Management Plan, are now coming back to the table and have the gall to ask us to pay for a bridge to go over Canner Highway, connect their two properties. Where does the greed end? Now on the destruction of the Martin County Growth Management Plan. Didn't we just pay the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council $100,000 to survey Martin County residents on their priorities for growth management policies? And if I recall correctly, the number one answer was to protect and preserve our Martin County Growth Management Plan. So once again, we will watch our elected officials do exactly the opposite of what the people said during the $100,000 survey. I can only guess it was some kind of thank you to your friends at the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, because you sure don't seem to care about any of the work they do. Add to this the questionable use of the consent agenda. And this is a result of the voter turnout range of 30% range for local elections. Democracy is dying in Martin County. To have a healthy democracy, it is essential that the electorate shows up to vote on a regular basis, or we end up right where we are today, watching the death of the Martin County difference. Voting couldn't be any easier than it is today, so why is turnout of 30% the norm? Is it that 70% of the voters have no faith in our local government? That's scary. This is the month that our governor said that counties throughout the state would have places for homeless people to pitch their tents, have toilets and water available. Can somebody please post the location of these facilities on the county's website or in our county, or is our county government just waiting for the sheriff's department to lock up anybody that's homeless to show our real Christian values? What you permit, you promote. What you allow, you encourage. What you condone, you own. Thank you.
Steve Adams, followed by Charles Geary.
Gary. Good morning, Steve Adams, Palm City. So I'll echo some of the previous speakers about the proposed changes to the comprehensive plan. Please push that back and allow the new commission to look at that, and I'd say deny it, because what's made Martin County great and attractive is less development and it's quiet. So there's a lot of people in Martin County who want to keep it that way, which leads me to last night. I went to visit a friend in Port St. Lucie. I turned on the Martin Highway to head to I-95, and it was completely stopped west of Citrus, completely stopped, impassable. There was some sort of an accident, who knows what, but the tow truck flatbed couldn't even get to the scene because everybody was stopped. And we all eventually turned around, which allowed the tow truck to eventually get there, but there's not even a shoulder. This commission jokingly referred to the project between the Turnpike and Citrus, that it's taken the state so many years to complete that, and you, in your own words, said it would take 25 years for them to build something, more lanes in the highway from Citrus out to I-95. 25 years. This commission has put the cart before the horse many times in approving developments and either bending, breaking, or literally rewriting laws or rules to promote this development. It's out of control. There's a lot of people in Martin County who are telling you this, and I please urge you to take a step back and look at it. That also includes Brightline. Take a step back. Fiscal responsibility. None of the people who are supporting Brightline say that we're throwing good money into a bad company that's hemorrhaging hundreds of millions of dollars. Let's take a step back. The grants are not granted. They're there, but they're not granted. If they're granted, that's a different story, but they're not. So please, I urge you to take a step back, look at everything. Fiscal responsibility is very important, and let's get our infrastructure built to support what's going on. As far as Ashley Capital going out there by I-95, they're coming onto a 2-lane highway that has no other emergency access. How do you do that? I don't know. Thank you.
Charles,
Morning, Commission.
followed by Christopher Vitale.
My name is Chuck Gary. I'm a local, fourth generation. Grew up riding my bicycle in downtown Stewart. I can remember when I could ride right down Flagler Avenue and no cars, or very few cars. I could ride my bicycle into the post office arcade, and it was full of cobwebs. You know, we've come a long way, and the merchants and the commission worked together, the city commission worked together, passed laws and zoning ordinances, and they had a nice revitalization. And like a lot of these guys, I was shocked to see what has happened over there at the city in the last couple of weeks. They've abandoned the merchants, they've abandoned the revitalization plans, and they've abandoned the train station that we've all worked so hard for. It is now on your plate. I agree with Mr. Vitale and some of these other people that say it's not going to happen. We need adults to get involved. This is like Thanksgiving dinner where you've got the kids' table and the adult table. This issue is now on the adult table. We're looking for leadership here. The Stewart Martin County Chamber is composed of many people and merchants and voters. Many of them are downtown. We got together, we passed a resolution, we formed a subcommittee. We want to see this thing happen. We're here to help. Our goal is, we passed a unanimous resolution in favor of this Brightline station. Our goal is to support, encourage, and facilitate this station. And we're asking you to consider us a resource, call us to help you, and let's just get this job done. Thank you.
Christopher Vitale, followed by Nancy Turrell, which is my last form.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Christopher Vitale. I live on Alamanda Way in Stewart. I work with my family business at the Old Colorado Inn doing management. So I just want to speak, kind of echoing what a lot of people have said today, supporting the proposed Brightline station, and I agree that the time to act is now. This has been, being pushed off by the city, and I think that would be a huge mistake to continue pushing this off. The people have worked really hard to secure the station here in Stewart. It was already, secured, and now it's kind of being taken away. So most of us, I think, in Martin County want the station at the end of the day, regardless of the little numbers that we can nitpick. At the end of the day, people want the station. The train runs through 32 times a day. That's not going to stop. It would be crazy for us to let the train go through 32 times a day through Martin County and not take advantage of the benefit of a station. Stewart and this county as a whole were built on train service. That's our heritage. I think it would be a great way to honor the heritage of this area by bringing back train service, which the community has really worked hard to fight for over the past few decades. I also think that there's a lot of talk about wanting to limit overdevelopment, overgrowth of this area. I'm not against that, but I don't think that Brightline is. I don't think that having a train station in Martin County or in Stewart is pushing us towards, this crazy overdevelopment turning into Miami. It's an asset to help our downtown Stewart to flourish and to continue bringing in the visitors that the businesses depend on. Without business in downtown Stewart, it's going to go back to what it was a few decades ago when there was no business, there was nothing. That's one of the treasures of Martin County is downtown Stewart. That's why many people love to live here, is having this really quaint, walkable downtown with beautiful restaurants and shops and all these things. And having the train will help to aid that, especially in a time when our economy is really making it difficult for these businesses to survive. But also, not only that, but also the benefit that residents and visitors will have to just be able to use the train, whether or not regardless of the businesses. It would be great for families and residents here to be able to utilize other travel, avenues rather than just the highways, which are really dangerous. So, I just hope that the commission will be able to make a decision on moving this along as soon as possible. Thank you.
Nancy, take us home.
I will try. Nancy Turrell, resident of City of Stewart, 229 Southeast Coconut, and also the long-serving, long-standing executive director of Martin Arts, which is Martin County's local arts agency. I'm here today to express my support of the updates to Chapter 16 of the county's comprehensive plan, which is the history, arts, and cultural element of the plan, historic preservation element of the plan. I appreciate and wanted to say today that I appreciate the county's ongoing support for arts and culture in this community, both the commissioners, the staff, and your partners at the Regional Planning Council who have worked on these updates for you. You have been a continued partner in helping us make sure that Martin County is a vibrant community that people love to live in, work in, and play in. Being a vibrant community has allowed us, as we've been working all of the years that I've been doing this, on measuring the economic impact of arts and culture in the community. We've continued to expand that impact. The most recent study said the nonprofit arts community has a $31 million annual economic impact, and that's really the tip of the iceberg, because that is just the nonprofit arts and cultural community. It's not counting the frame shops and the videographers and all the small businesses and entrepreneurs that are part of that creative sector economy. So I appreciate your support. I look forward to continuing to work with everyone here to continue to achieve these goals, both through the comprehensive plan and all the other efforts. And I did just want to take a moment to say thank you to Commissioner Jenkins and Smith for your long-standing service to this community. Thank you.
All right, that is my last public speaker forum, and I'm going to go a little bit off script here, and I'm going to go to, we did not have a Brightline discussion on our agenda, nor were we planning to talk about it, but at the same time, I would like to ask our county administrator to give us a I don't know if update is the right word, but let's call it an update.
An update is what it is. Yes, sure, Commissioner. At your last meeting, the board authorized staff to continue negotiations with our partners, which was Brightline and the City of Stewart, and also provided the alternatives of staff to negotiate independently, if necessary, with Brightline. We continue to work with Brightline on a potential station. The City of Stewart, as you know, had a discussion, and it certainly appears that they are not a partner at this time. And so moving forward in discussions with our county attorney, there would be one action that we would need today that would help us continue those negotiations. And that is our original concept included the City of Stewart being the property manager or property leaseholder. If we are to have a negotiation continue on with the county, and we are also keeping the door open for the City of Stewart. I think we're still desiring to have a three-party agreement, but in conversations with Brightline, it is also unfortunately that we do have a competitor to our north, and they are still seriously considering that in that particular option. So in order for the county to be a landlord independent of the City of Stewart, we would need to issue an RFP to allow for a transportation lease for high-speed rail. And we would like to, according with state statutes, the county has different rules than the city. It would be fairly simple for us we've had some discussions with Brightline about this. And it would be my recommendation that we would authorize the RFP to include not only the location that was in the original RFP, which would be downtown, but also the property that the county owns across from the airport. So that would give us two sites to work with, including that. So that is really the simple update. Certainly, there's been discussions about what Brightline was willing to amend with the City of Stewart that we would look to include. There also is the issue of the grant. So we would be, should we be successful, ultimately, we would request the board authorization to submit a grant application to the Federal Rail Administration for station improvements. At this point in time, our original proposal that the county has, the staff does not feel the need to make any other amendments to what the board has already previously provided limits to. And so we would continue negotiations with Brightline as directed by the board, and with the only caveat that the county, in order to be a landlord, I'd need that one authorization to do an RFP. And if that's the will of the board, I can help clarify that motion. Should you all want to continue proceeding as a potential landlord, I still have been provided direction as previously that we would continue to allow the City of Stewart, should they want to participate, to come in. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Hurd.
I want to proceed.
I do too. Commissioner Smith.
Go ahead.
I do too. And with that, I think time is of the essence from what I understand about the granting process. California's sense of urgency to consume every dollar that the federal government has relative to rail. Texas follows right behind that. If we don't move now, we will miss that opportunity. So I would make a motion that we authorize the administrator and attorney to formalize negotiations with Brightline to go to RFP for a service provider for high-speed rail. It's up to the rest of the board. I would limit it strictly to our Stewart site. As much as I find the Fairgrounds site an interesting site and it has its pros to it, I think the importance of putting a station back in downtown services us and our community and our merchants and our folks in downtown probably the best of any site that could service. So I would limit my motion unless the rest of you say no, let's open it up. Brightline wasn't interested in the fairgrounds. I don't think we need to confuse it with that. And I think we need to expeditiously move forward and not miss the opportunity for this grant cycle, because once it closes, we will be out and California will go after all of it. And from what I understand, this grant cycle, because our request would be one of the smallest requests, even though $50 million is a lot of money, it would also fare very well given the position of Brightline currently, and that it's not a $1 billion request, it's a $50 million request, and that would be my motion.
I personally would prefer as many options open as we can to ensure that we get a train station. So they may not be interested in the fairgrounds today, but they may be interested in the fairgrounds tomorrow. So if they're not interested, they're not interested. It's not going to happen, but.
I just, Harold, look, and that's why I prefaced my comments by saying the will of the board. I just don't want to complicate. I don't want to bog us down. I don't want to miss this current grant cycle we're in. But if that's your inclination and others, I'm fine. But my preference is downtown Stewart.
Okay. Commissioner Campy.
Thank you. Really interesting set of circumstances over the last several weeks. I have been up here for a while and have watched City of Stewart Commission meetings very infrequently, having my own meetings to worry about. I have watched every minute of each of the meetings since the new board has sat, giving them some leeway, the new members. It is an odd set of circumstances that you would have an election day and less than 1 week later, 6 days later, new commissioners are sitting up there being asked to make monumental decisions that have long repercussions. So I'll give them that. I sit up here and sometimes my colleagues and I disagree. Sometimes the meeting looks like it can get off the rails a little bit. Their meetings have gotten quite off the rails. I give the members of the public a lot of credit for coming that first day. I was very surprised at how many people showed up wearing yellow or in support of the train. I thought that, I hadn't even heard that much of a groundswell of support prior. I was very surprised by the level of really passionate support for it, and pretty consistent, not just downtown business owners, people from all over. A lot of very well-known Martin County residents participated in supporting that. And their meetings are crazy. They start at 4 o'clock and they go until people are asleep. It's like midnight. And for the residents that stayed, 3, 4, 5 hours, I know they have a small chamber, so a lot of those people that supported it stood outside in the heat and then worked their way into the lobby and then worked their way into the chambers to still speak on behalf of what they wanted. To me, that says something. I appreciate what we did a couple of weeks ago where we said, there was talk that we should then leave Stewart out and just go it alone, the county and Brightline, but we didn't. We said, let's keep our partners in there, and Brightline reached out to their commissioners. Their city staff had worked hard. I know that one of their commissioners was sitting in meetings that basically looked like they were going to be promising, and then at the last minute, were not. So as far as I'm concerned, they've had their opportunity to negotiate. They don't want it, as far as I can tell. The commissioners, a majority. There were 2 that were passionate for it. There was 3 that were obviously not interested. 1 who was teetering. That being said, I have no problem having it come back to us, excluding the city at this particular point in the negotiation. To Commissioner Smith's point about the City of Stewart location, the original location, that does make sense to me. However, looking at negotiations, I would definitely want to keep the fairgrounds as an option, simply because if you think about it, if we are able to negotiate a fair settlement and agreement with Brightline to put it right back there and exclude the city and their checkbook, they're getting everything that we were offering originally without any level of participation, either through negotiation or financially. I'm not interested in rewarding them for the last several meetings that they had by giving them the exact train station location that they were issuing. There are disadvantages of moving it from downtown, as well as, of course, the advantages. But if the location just up the road it's not like we're saying, hey, maybe put it in Hobe Sound or Indiantown. It's close by, and then it brings new advantages for the people and the businesses that are located in that specific section of our community. The bottom line is that, even today, when you're listening to the speakers that are speaking for and against, some of the speakers that are speaking against said they don't like the traffic, they don't like congestion, they don't like these things. Well, I think a train service gives you a little bit of alleviates some of those issues. All of them, of course not. I think a lot of people that are concerned about what the train station will bring and the negative comments that I hear in opposition to it, that it'll increase crime. I don't know if people completely understand the level of service that Brightline operates at. It's not, which it's also a disadvantage. If it was a commuter line, more people could potentially commute back and forth to West Palm Beach. But that's where you're going to get the people that are coming back and forth that everyone seems to be afraid of. I think that it would be a benefit to our community personally. And what I had said since the very beginning is that, and I was part of the 2018 negotiations, and this is my final comment, sir. We're going to have 32 trains completely bisecting the county from north to south every single day. So we're getting all of the inconvenience of the service with no benefit of the service. So a station, in my mind, would bring that. I would second Commissioner Smith's motion, as long as he adds back in the fact that the city of, that the fairground or any other potential location, should one be identified elsewhere, could be at least part of the conversation. Thank you.
Commissioner Heatherington.
Sure. I agree with many of the comments, but Mr. Donaldson, your direction would be in addition to the RFP, which I agree, although my personal preference is that it makes more sense in downtown Stewart. I think that to negotiate that we need options. So would we be able to simultaneously apply for grants? Because I believe that we are really, that the grants hinge upon this station becoming a reality. So could we submit the RFP and apply for grants at the same time?
I think it's important. I believe the county can submit. However, we do need an agreement for a station with Brightline to be successful in getting the grant. So I think authorization to prepare and have the grant submittal be ready to go. But I think certainly before the deadline of the grant, we have to have an agreement in place.
Does that need to be part of this motion?
It does not today, but it can be. It's your choice.
Okay, back to the motioner, Commissioner Smith.
I don't want to keep the conversation going on with the site. However, I think that has to be determined like tomorrow by Brightline. I think they have to say we're in, we're out, because I think all of the timelines that hinge upon the decision-making, if we waffle around on this thing and we study it and we look at it, and ultimately at the end of the day, I can understand the idea that let's offer up any location. But if you stood at the 40,000-foot level on this decision and you looked at it and you said, where does it absolutely make the best sense to have it's in downtown? That's where it was historically. That is what created Stewart historically. It's what brought commerce to Stewart historically. I remember this really cool story about Whitaker boats. The first Hemi marine engines that Chrysler ever made were shipped to Stewart for Whitaker boats as a prototype to put into their boat, and the president of Chrysler came and delivered them. I mean, there's just some really amazing things that happened historically in downtown Stewart. Do I think Chrysler's going to deliver engines on Brightline? No, probably not. But do I think does it signalize to the rail system, to the state, to everybody that has interest in this, that Stewart really is one of the most iconic destinations in the state of Florida? Yeah, it does, I think. Every night that my wife and I have dinner in downtown Stewart, or we have lunch in downtown Stewart, probably 4 out of 5 days a week, you watch what goes on, you look at what has transpired over the last 30 years, it's nothing short of amazing of what really has happened in downtown Stewart. 30 years ago, it was a very different place, 40 years ago. And so adding this piece to it, I think, is the most important thing we could do as a county commission. I'll include it in my motion because I know it's important to some of you on the dais. I just the sense of urgency for Dawn and Sarah has to be immediate. I think we also, and I think that's what I heard you say, is does the grant application hinge upon the timeline? I would apply with Brightline as quickly as possible, or at least put the application in if we can do it at the same time. If it hinges upon having that agreement on the site, even more so that we have that sense of urgency. So I would include that in my motion, that the dual track run, if that is the right language for that, for the grant process.
You have that, or do you want him to restate his motion?
I'm okay with the motion. It would be the clerk. If she's all right with it, then we're fine.
I need it restated.
That we direct the county administrator and an attorney to finalize negotiations with Brightline relative, no, I'm sorry, finalize negotiations with Brightline, but also to issue an RFP for the downtown site as well as any other site, or just the fairgrounds?
Just the fairgrounds is fine with me.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, just the fairgrounds. So that the negotiations that are entered into would give us the option of having the conversation with Brightline about downtown Stewart, fairgrounds site, and that coincidental coterminous to that, we work with Brightline to apply to the federal government for the, I forget what the grant is called. It's
It's a rail improvement grant. I don't recall the title.
whichever one that is, for the maximum allowed for us to apply for this station.
Seconder agrees.
Okay. Commissioner Hurd.
2 quick questions. One is the city of Stewart has legal obligations that are not extinguished. Isn't that correct?
There is a possibility of that, yes, Commissioner.
And secondly, if we can put together an agreement with Brightline, will we have time in between November 12th, which is our next meeting, and the deadline for the grant to prepare a successful grant, a potentially successful grant?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, with that, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Campy. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, on that high note, we're going to take our 10:30 closed captioning break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. All right, welcome back to our commission meeting. And we left off with commissioner comments. Commissioner Smith.
I'm all set.
Commissioner Canty, whatever your name is.
All set.
Okay. Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, it's been 13 days since Hurricane Milton unevenly impacted our county. And by unevenly, I say that because every other storm that we've had has pretty much impacted us countywide. And this storm did not do that. The impacts were very, very localized. People were prepared for a hurricane. They were not prepared for tornadoes. And the tornadoes were the thing that devastated parts of our community. As I said, very, very unevenly. District 4 was really, really hard hit. And it's heart-wrenching to hear firsthand the residents talking about sitting there on Wednesday afternoon, sitting safely in their houses, and with no warning, their front doors are sucked out, their front windows are sucked out, their back windows are sucked out, their glass shards flying everywhere, their roof is lifted off, and it's unbelievable that we had no fatalities. There were lots of people who were subject to storms of broken glass in their homes. The people in Manatee Lakes, New Monrovia, Port Salerno, the Preserve, Mariner Sands, and Rocky Point were especially hard hit. And I know that countywide, many of us feel that this storm is over, and for those residents, it's just beginning. Their neighborhoods are in complete disarray. They've been heavily destroyed, and I want those residents to know that they are our top priority and that we will not rest until their neighborhoods are completely recovered. And it's going to be a long recovery. You know, it's going to take, a lot of the homes were destroyed, and a lot of them, I don't know, I think they're beyond repair. But know that the county will be right there doing everything that we can to make sure that recovery is efficient and fast and complete. And also, I want to thank our first responders. By all accounts, they did a terrific job and are continuing to do a terrific job. And also, emergencies like this really shows Martin County's best side. We respond very, very well to emergencies and support our neighborhoods and our neighbors and our friends and family. So it's I want to thank all the residents for their support. It was a terrific response. Thank you.
Okay. You have something?
I do. I had, and I think I need to follow on that. And I think we'll be giving some updates to the board in the coming meetings. But tomorrow I know our Representative Overdorf and Brian Mass and others have been reaching out in the local community. And Commissioner Hurd and I have had some discussions of sort of an ad hoc committee, nothing official at this point, other than we're meeting to discuss how we get people moved back in. And Commissioner Jenkins will join that committee after he's out of office, because it involves, potentially how we deal with land trusts. And because we have three different types of folks there, those that were fully insured and had incomes to rebuild, and you see them out there with dumpsters doing it. You have those that are partially insured, whether their insurance may only cover a portion of the damage that will maybe need some assistance. And then you have those who are completely uninsured but own the property, and how do we deal with that? And so I think we're going to try to see how we work with our nonprofits, our local folks, and how we can keep the New Monrovia, Dixie Park, and other areas in our community that want to remain there. How can they remain there without being financially displaced? And so I think that's important for the citizens there to know that we have not given up, and we're going to keep looking for some creative solutions to help people stay where they were.
Commissioner Smith.
I hope, and maybe we can get this at our last meeting, but it would be good to get sort of an update relative to the storm as a whole. I've had a lot of conversations with folks about an idea that we've been talking about for years relative to how we shelter and what we do in our sheltering program. It costs the school board and the state a fortune when we shut down our schools, and unfortunately, or fortunately, I guess, they're not as well used as they used to be, because prior to probably Francis and Jean, we had much different building standards, and since all that time has happened, people have learned through codes and whatnot, but houses are better than they ever were, but still the sheltering expense is astronomical, and hopefully we can have the conversation, or you all can have the conversation about centralizing a location that would be able to handle all of our needs in one centralized spot that would be both cost affordable. It would keep us from shutting down our schools a day in advance, 2 days in advance, and then going through the incredibly expensive cost of cleaning our schools to get them back up and operational as quickly as possible. So hopefully that's something you'll put on your agenda. Maybe we can get an update in our November meeting as to what was the financial implication. I've talked to Superintendent Maine about it, and some of the school board members as well, and they're certainly interested in the conversation. So as you all move forward, hopefully we can keep that on our radar screen, as well as all the efforts which go into a storm recovery. I applaud. And Norm this morning, I think, just hearing that story this morning of what his level of attention to what we do during the storms, and all the fire rescue, all the sheriff's department, is what makes us special and different. And thank you for all of that.
Yeah, so I think I just have to thank Michael Maine, our superintendent, for being part of the incident command group, who did a really good job of working collectively on making decisions on schools and sheltering and getting that school opened right away for back in business. And of course, Sarah Snyder was a great assistance, and our chief Chantilly. So there is a whole host of folks that I think, I can't do it all right now, but we'll bring that out as an agenda item, and also give you an update on financially what we see the landscape is for this disaster response, as well as how we're working with FEMA and how the state of Florida to get our maximum reimbursement. I do have one other thing I want to read into the record that was sort of not transitioning from a positive to just a statement. And I just wanted, just regarding some of the comments that were made in the City of Stuart meeting about transparency. And just real briefly, I just want to take a moment to address serious accusations made by Commissioner Reed at the recent City of Stuart meeting. Mr. Reed spoke about a lack of transparency, closed-door meetings, questioned staff integrity, and suggested that proper procedures such as the Florida Sunshine Law are not being followed regarding Brightline. While we respect open dialogue, it is essential that communications be based on accurate information. It is disappointing that these statements have been made publicly and do not reflect the facts. Unfounded claims do not only undermine the hard work staff, but also erode the trust within the community we all serve. Our staff takes pride in upholding the highest standards of integrity. I assure you that our team is fully committed to following all established rules, guidelines, and best practices in every aspect of our work. Everything we do is in compliance with the Sunshine Law and our Public Records Law, which we have a whole division now devoted to that. Our goal is and always will be to maintain full transparency and ensure that all operations are conducted with the utmost professionalism, and we welcome the opportunity to clarify processes or provide additional information as needed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I'm good. So I'd like to do our consent poll now. Peter Walden is going to do that for us, and then the applicant is going to give us a update on the state of the other public benefits that is part of the PUD agreement.
Good morning, Commissioners. Peter Walden, Deputy Growth Management Director. Before you this morning is a request to have a deed of agricultural easement placed on 846 acres of the Becker B14 Grove Limited Partnership property. This was done in conjunction with the Discovery Land Company's application to develop under the rural lifestyle land use. One of the keystones for that land use is that if you want to increase density over the existing agricultural 1 unit per 20 acres, you must set aside 1 acre for every 2 acres inside the PUD, the planned unit development, and that has to be set aside in either a conservation or agricultural easement, and that was done through the planned unit development agreement agreed to last year. And so today they've come forward to ask for the approval of the agricultural easement, including a third-party, Conservation Florida. So there's a lot of safety measures built into this easement. It's not just between the county and the developer. There is a third party involved that makes it safer, and it's designed to go on for perpetuity. And I'll be glad to answer any questions that you might have regarding it.
Good, and the third party was put in place because of what happened in Palm Beach County with their agricultural easements that only had 2 parties, and then Palm Beach County years later decided to not do that. So we now have 3 parties, so the likelihood of that property ever becoming anything other than an agricultural entity is never going to happen. Commissioner Smith.
That's a really good thing. We did a very similar, although it wasn't a private nonprofit, I say private, it wasn't a nonprofit, but when we did Alapata, that was a 3-way agreement between the federal government, the state government, and us, and it was a very rare agreement that I don't know has really been replicated since. But the specific reason why Steve Fry, way back when, and everybody who worked on that said to do that was for that very reason that we're doing that with this. So great stuff. Good.
I mean, when you think about it, this is prime property that is right along the I-95 corridor, which could potentially in 20, 30 years have thousands of homes or a campus of IBM or something. Now we have taken that completely off the plate, and Commissioner Hart.
Yeah, one question, I'm on page 108 or page 3 of 28, and it's an ag easement, and improvements include, man-made improvements include fountains, pools, including swimming pools, tennis courts, irrigation facilities, and patios. And I wonder why those things are included in an agricultural easement. They don't sound like agricultural uses to me.
Okay, so these fountains and pools are sometimes, well, swimming pools, tennis courts. Let me see in this. I think this is taken out of context a little bit. So these are, I believe, let's see. So yeah, these are not anything that has any habitable residential components to it. I'm not sure why the swimming pools are in there, but I don't. Got any help with this one?
So Elise Elder, Deputy County Attorney. So this was drafted by Conservation Florida. We participated heavily in it. Some of the things for the improvements are things that are already existing on the property. I don't know that there's a swimming pool on the property, but Conservation Florida is the one that was instrumental in including that. We can certainly take that out if that's a concern and move forward with the easement without that, if that's the board's desire.
That'd be my preference.
Yeah, everything else is basically to do with agricultural uses and that type of thing, so the pools and including the swimming pools would be the only questionable item why that would be needed.
Well, we're one of the grantees, so I think it's important that if we have a true agricultural easement, that it not include those man-made structures.
We can have that removed if that's the board's desire. We are a grantee.
In that case, I move that we exclude, or that the inclusions not include fountains, pools, including swimming pools, tennis courts, irrigation facilities, and patios.
Well,
Fountains, can you take fountains out of that? Because fountains need to be,
and irrigation facilities might be agriculturally related too, so.
Okay.
can we,
I'd be comfortable with swimming pools and tennis courts.
Fountains, patios?
Patio is just a patio.
What does it have to do with agriculture?
there's an existing patio on their office facility. I'm sure that has something. It's Darrell.
Yeah, I think that relates to the existing nursery operations that are out there. There are offices that have patios for outdoor, for lunch or whatever.
let's
That's
let
just part of the existing operation.
Let's let Mr. Melcory comment on this and see.
Good morning.
Bring us some clarity here.
My apologies. Yes, we do not have swimming pools or things like that, and we certainly have no objection to have that language taken out. Irrigation, yes, obviously, we're a tree
Okay.
farm, we have to keep irrigation in, and there is a patio on some of our office building, and we do have a patio associated with our maintenance area where our guys take breaks and things like that, so.
And the fountain has to be in the lakes for water quality, so that's just to
Okay.
create the lake.
Then remove swimming pools and tennis courts.
Absolutely fine with that.
There we go.
Excellent.
Look at how
Thank you.
easy that was. Okay, so you are amending can you restate your?
Sure. I will move staff's recommendation that we approve the deed of agricultural easement from Becker B14 to Conservation Florida and Martin County, excluding and eliminating the language on improvements to not include swimming pools and tennis courts.
Perfect. Yes.
Okay, I'll wait till after.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we're going to
Oh, I
allow
apologize.
Mr.
I
Melcory
withdraw my second.
We're going to allow Mr. Melcory to give us an update on the other public benefits that are required under the PUD.
I appreciate that, and my apologies, for the clarification on the pools, truthfully, that's something we missed, and it shouldn't have been in there.
I missed that for sure.
As you know, that part of our PUD agreement, there was several public benefits that were incorporated into the contract. Just want to give you a quick update on where they stand. There was 4 principal public benefits. Obviously, the first one is the conservation easement, or the ag easement that's sitting in front of you today that hopefully you will approve, will get amended and get that recorded. The second one is the relocation of the old Hobe Sound train station down to some property back into Hobe Sound. If you have come by the property recently or in the last 3 months, you've noticed that it's sitting on a trailer. We are awaiting FPL and AT&T to grant us the permits to actually transport it down there. AT&T, we got kind of hung up on a strike, so we lost about 60 days there. And obviously FPL with their storm recoveries, it's been a little bit difficult getting them scheduled, but we're actively trying to get that done. And as soon as it's scheduled, they can hook a tractor trailer up to the trailer and take it away. One of the other public benefits was the granting of the existing facilities to our existing barn facilities over to the state park for public benefit and public use. So far, that requires 2 agreements, one from South Florida Water Management District and one from DEP through their Acquisition and Restoration Council. We have received approval from South Florida for the transaction. We were originally scheduled to go in front of ARC back on October 13th. Obviously, because of the storms, that was canceled. That meeting is now scheduled for November 1st. So we'll be in Tallahassee November 1st. We've got no indications from ARC other than they're pleased with the agreement. We're going to move forward there. The east access road that connects Bridge Road to that facility is done. So basically, once we get approval from ARC, we'll go through the formal closing process, and we'll be able to go ahead and dedicate that land to the park. The last is the habitat restoration area, the 124 acres in the northeast portion of the property. That is basically going through the earthwork process right now. I would hope to have that pretty well wrapped up by first quarter, then getting into the plantings and basically all of that stuff. By the end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter, that should be done, and that's really should almost complete the 4 biggest public benefits that we have.
Thank you so much.
Happy to answer any other questions or update you on anything else.
Commissioner Heatherington.
I wanted to say that I had an opportunity to ride by, and I saw the train station is ready to be lifted, and you had a number of public benefits on your project, and every single one of them you have committed and you have completed and held true to your word and committed to those benefits. As I drove by and I saw the train station ready to move, you wouldn't know that your development was even taking place riding by. You committed to rural lifestyle, you committed to that, and I thank you for all the public benefits and for doing what you said you were going to do.
Thank you.
With that, we have a motion by Commissioner Hurd
And that was my second.
and seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
And thank you, Rick. Appreciate it. Okay. Now, public hearing number 1, legislative public hearing to consider transmittal of evaluation and appraisal report, EAR-based comprehensive plan amendment 24-04, Chapter 4, future land use element, a text amendment. Mr. Clyde Doolin.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Clyde Doolin. I'm the Comprehensive Planning Administrator. And before we launch into Chapter 4, I'd like to do some housekeeping or cover a couple of introductory subjects and comments with you. As you may know, as you may remember, the EAR process, the creation of an evaluation and appraisal report, started in 2023. We presented it to the board for approval on March 5 of 2024. And we received this letter from the Department of Commerce, the State Land Planning Agency, which notified us that we had to do all of our transmittals before November 27, 2024. This is an entirely, a process that is entirely driven by state statute. We do this every 7 years. We did it in 2008 and 9. We did it in 2016, 17, and we're doing it again now. And as you can see, the State Land Planning Agency has given us a date of November 27, 2024 to send all of these amendments up, and they must all go at once in one package, all of the items together. So I wanted to cover that quickly just so that everybody understands the why and the time frame for this. Also, on on March 5, 2023, the board asked the Treasure Coast Regional Planning Council, which did our EAR outreach, for additional public comment or additional survey work to reach out to some of the community entities like the school district and Chamber of Commerce and so on like that. And we attached it as a supplemental to the first public hearing. There is additional evaluation and appraisal public input summary. It's on page 465 of your agenda package. It was directed by the board to be done, and the Regional Planning Council staff did that, and we thank them very much for it. It reflects additional community input. Moving on to the overall agenda, public hearings 1 through 5 are items that are new or they provide new info, and public hearings 6 through 16 you have seen previously in September and voted on each of them. You began the public hearings in September for items, public hearings 6 through 16, and we'll be happy to do a full presentation on those if you want, or if you need, or if an abbreviated presentation or no presentation is necessary, we'll be happy to not do that if that's not needed. You have additional public comment and agency comments and so on that came in after our agenda packages were finished, and they are on the dais for you. I wanted to put that into the record so that everyone knows that it has been done, has been put into place. Getting into Chapter 4, this is the future land use element, and Nikki Van Vano has referred to this as the heart of the comprehensive plan.
Before you get into that, could you give the public an idea of how many public hearings that this has experienced up to this point? Because I'm hearing that this is our first meeting to talk about this.
Certainly. Since March 5, each of these items in public hearings 1 through 16 has been presented to the local planning agency. They have voted on each and every one of them. And then this is the second public hearing. As I said, for public hearings 6 through 16, they began in September. The board looked at each of these items in September 10 and September 24, those 6 through 16, and voted on them and considered them. A few chapters, like Chapter 4, Chapter 14, have not been seen before. This is your first look at them here today. But this is just the transmittal hearing. There are three basic sets of hearings. There's the LPA, there's the transmittal hearing, and then there's a final adoption that will not occur until next year. This is not the final adoption on any of these. The actions taken here today are merely to make changes that the board directs and then to transmit it to the State Land Planning Agency and all of the state agencies like the DEP and the DOT, and it will come back. We will get 60 days after, we will get what's called an objections, recommendations, and comments report from those state agencies. We will have to address any objections in that report. The board can make additional changes that were not made here today or directed here today. And the board has final approval for final adoption. I don't expect the ORC report until probably January, early in January, and so we probably won't be scheduling a public hearing until February to present these items. Items 1 through 16 will be presented again to the board for final adoption.
Okay, so just for clarity, the reason why we're having this today and not in December with a new board is because we have a deadline of November 27th, right?
Correct.
So any change, you need a couple of whatevers to get that done, right? So there's that. And two is that if a new commission comes along and decides that they don't want to adopt what we decide today, they have full right to do that. So the hysteria that somehow Doug and I on our way out the door are trying to negatively impact our comprehensive plan is nonsense. Thank you. You don't need to answer that. All right, so go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go into the staff report for Chapter 4 and go through it because this has some of the more substantive changes of any changes in any chapter being presented to you here today. And what I want to lead off with is on the first page of the staff report is a quote from Florida statutes, 163-3191, local governments shall, it's not optional, shall comprehensively evaluate and as necessary update comprehensive plans to reflect changes in local conditions. That's not specifically making a required change in one spot or another like there are other sections we'll cite today, but that is the requirement of Florida statute that we look at other issues, and some of those will be presented in this staff report for Chapter 4 here today. Moving into the staff report and into the issues, there are 10 items I want to go over with you here today in Chapter 4. Number 1 is tabular data in tables 4.1, 4.2, 4.3, 4.4, and these are regular just updates. This is just, updating the number of acres that are in each future land use designation, number of acres in each tax district that the property appraiser has. There's nothing but a basic update to information here. This is an example of something that our own plan requires to be updated regularly. A parcel control number is added to Policy 4.7A14, which allows the extension of water and sewer to a property that Martin County acquired next to the solid waste transfer and recycling facility. There's a plan policy that already permits water and sewer to extend to the solid waste and transfer facility out on Bush Street, and this additional 9-acre parcel was acquired. We discussed this in one of our other presentations on September 24, I believe, and this is just an internal consistency change in Chapter 4 so that it matches what's in the other chapters. Now, item 3 is text proposed for Section 4.1B, dealing with a composite wetland map. Again, we discussed this in Chapter 9 in a previous presentation, and this is just for consistency with Chapter 9. A minor text change for consistency is also proposed in 4.2a, and that's for consistency with Chapter 8, Coastal Management element. Policy change to 4.5C1 recognizes the United States Department of Agricultural Natural Resources Conservation Service soil data, which is regularly updated and available on the web. It's being recognized in addition to the 1981 soil survey, which we have referenced since 1982. We're not taking away the 1981, we're just referencing this additional, more up-to-date data for soil use, and we use soil data whenever we do future land use map amendments and so on like that. Objective 4.5E and Policy 4.5E2, Barrier Island Development Restrictions. This is a change recognized in Chapter 4 for consistency with Chapter 8, dealing with flood exposure to flood risk and tidal inundation. Chapter 163.3177 requires us to go to 10 and 20-year minimum planning periods. There are numerous sections in Chapter 4 that are going to change it from a 15-year to a 20-year planning period, and this is the case in many other chapters that will be considered here today and have been considered in September. Along with that, let me go to the page because I wanted to recognize that our future land use map, this is the 242, our future land use series actually makes reference to a planning period, and we update this with every year. We've bumped it out, from 2005 to 2000 to 2015 and so on like that. And we're proposing to bump out the future land use map planning period to 2024, consistent with that 20-year planning period that's required in Florida statutes. We would normally have just said bump it out to 2040, but the statute moves us to 2045. That's number 7. That's pretty minor. Number 8 in the presentation, 8, 9, and 10 are where the real meaty material is, and where we'll be happy to get into any discussion with you. Staff is proposing and recommending a change. This is the local conditions subject that would allow the blending of sharing of infrastructure between two different future land use designations. Presently, residential and commercial future land use designations have to have their own infrastructure on their own separate land use designations, but we have circumstances where one property owner is proposing a unified development that incorporates two different future land use designations, like residential and medium density residential and commercial. And a lot of times the topography of the land really doesn't lend itself well to having stormwater in two different places for two different types of development. The habitat is located in one place and not in the other, and it's best to do the 25% native upland habitat where the habitat is and where it's of the best quality. So this is a staff recommendation to allow the blending or the sharing of infrastructure on two different land use designations, just residential and commercial. It does not extend to industrial because plan policies pretty much discourage having industrial and residential in close proximity to each other. So the proposed changes would be to 4.9A3 and 4.10B5. Moving on to number 9. Disconnecting planning periods from residential capacity analysis. Our plan policies in two specific areas, Section 4.2A9 and Policy 4.1D6, require a 10 and 15-year planning periods and require a residential capacity analysis to look at, consider those two planning periods. And there's language in there that requires that when there's insufficient capacity in the primary and or secondary for the projected population growth for the 15-year planning period, the expansion of residential capacity shall commence. We also have other policies in our plan, specifically in Objective 4.7, that require criteria to be met for any expansion of the primary urban service district. And we're suggesting that maybe this one should also have to comply with those. Any proposal that, or any expansion necessary as a requirement of this should also comply with other policies in the plan. And the staff report has additional analysis on 4.7A7, which lists those 8 criteria. But staff is recommending a piece of text that doesn't take away any of the other language, but simply would say, oh, I don't like that. Martin County shall not make residential capacity analysis the sole determining factor for amending the urban service districts. All decisions to amend the urban service districts shall be consistent with Goal 4.7 and supporting policies. It doesn't take away anything. It adds to the requirement to comply with all plan policies. So that's number 9 in staff report of substantive changes. And the last item is eliminating dependence on the decennial census in the residential capacity analysis methodology. Not only does Florida statute require us to look at local conditions, but our own plan policy in Chapter 1, Preamble, requires that every 5 years, staff shall analyze previous projections to determine the accuracy of the methodology and improve on it for future projections. We've worked with the decennial census in our residential capacity analysis on a number of occasions now. And as you know, we only get it once every 10 years. And so in between those 10 years, the data gets pretty stale. And so we would recommend not using the decennial census. We would recommend instead using EDR and BBER, which are state agencies that provide very high-quality data for projecting population and projecting growth. And that's available to us annually, if not more often, from those state agencies. For total housing units, we would recommend using the housing unit count that the property appraiser has. That, too, is more up-to-date than the decennial census, and it would allow us to have more up-to-date data. Along with that, there is a subject in the residential capacity analysis called excess vacant housing. That is a statistic and a number that is only available through the decennial census. There is no other source that we have to get that data, and that is the adding in of vacant housing units, not vacant land, not vacant lots, not site plans that haven't been approved, but actual housing units that have been are not being lived in. And in 2013, this was put into the capacity analysis because we were still coming out of the worst recession since the Great Depression. And the justification for that was found actually written into Ordinance 938, and I'm highlighting it on the screen. And it talked about how the 2010 census and the Great Recession made it clear that we had a lot of excess vacant units. We had houses where people walked away, turned them over to the bank, let the yard grow over, and let the pool go green. We don't have that in 2024 today, especially in our post-COVID housing economy. This is not an issue. So staff would recommend removing this particular portion from the residential capacity analysis. And with that, I will end the staff presentation on Chapter 4 and be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm starting on page 7 of 84, 228. I'm looking at the existing land use tables, and I'm looking from the difference from 2009, which is undeveloped acreage, which is, let's call it 70,000 acres, to 2024, where there are 13,000 acres. So that means that in the last 15 years, 57,000 acres have developed?
No, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's really difficult to explain the property appraisers' DOR codes, Department of Revenue codes. They have their own rhyme and their own reason for doing so. It's for taxation purposes. We're required to list certain data the Department of Commerce, the State Land Planning Agency has. This is just a data update based upon property appraiser data. It does not reflect the development of land as we do development every day, and we do reviews of development every day.
So in 2009, were the property appraisers' statistics used also?
Yes.
Then there's still a 57,000 acre swing from the same data source. Okay. estimated wetland acreage in 2017 was 39,000, in 2024 was 37.5. So that means that in 7 years, 1,500 acres of wetlands disappeared when we allow no impacts to wetlands?
No. We do the best we can with wetland acreage. We do remote sensing data, and as we discussed in one of the items earlier on here in this presentation, we're de-emphasizing the use of the composite wetlands map and that data that goes into Figure 9.1, and for the very reasons identified in this staff report. That is remote sensing data that is taken from high-altitude aerial photography, National Wetlands Inventory data. That is not sufficient, or I'm sorry, not equivalent to data obtained on the ground with on-site delineations and consistent with state statute. So this is a best available remote sensing data that we use. It's not equivalent to on-site delineation.
Did we use the same data source for our estimates in 2009, 2017, and 2024?
Yes.
So between 2009 and 2017, 350 wetland acres disappeared. Using the same data, we estimate that from 2017 to 2024, 1,500 acres disappeared.
As I said, the data is remote sensing. It's not something you can compare to the on-site delineations in site planning. It's unfortunately the best we have available. I'd like to have better data for this kind of analysis, but it's another reason why you have to take all data in this long-range planning as with a grain of salt.
This is the data that you're presenting. This is the only data I have to rely upon.
It's the only data we have to rely on.
But it's not accurate. It's not even close to being accurate. And yet, it's in our comprehensive plan. I'm on the residential capacity determination.
Before we go to that.
Martin County shall not make residential capacity analysis the sole determining factor for amending the urban service districts. All decisions to amend urban service districts shall be policy decisions consistent with Goal 4.7 and supporting policies. Now, I'll read 4.7 to see what we're going to rely upon.
Do you have
That
a page
says-
number, Commissioner?
Yeah, it's 40 of 84 or 261. And it says, okay, this is what we're replacing the residential capacity analysis with. To regulate urban sprawl by directing growth in a timely and efficient manner to areas with urban public facilities and services where they are programmed to be available at the levels of service adopted in this plan. That's what we're replacing empirical data with.
No, ma'am.
That's 4.7.
Allow me to scroll down. 4.7. No, that's not the right spot. 4.7 is describing a great many things about the primary urban service district. Allow me to get down to the policy. We're adding in the requirement to comply with 4.7A7 and the requirement to comply with all of these criteria, 1 through 8.
How do you demonstrate that reasonable capacity doesn't exist? We have a reliable methodology right now, but we're giving that up. I don't know how you demonstrate that how do you demonstrate that the land affected is suitable for urban uses? How do you demonstrate that reasonable capacity doesn't exist on suitable land?
These are criteria that we consider whenever we have a proposed expansion of the primary urban service district, and we're simply requiring that they also be considered in addition to the residential capacity analysis.
So we're adding to the requirements.
No, we're not.
taking
We're
away.
subtracting. And also on page, I don't know what it is, 265 or 44 of 84, these are just some illustrations of exceptions to development being required to be inside the urban service boundary. We have parcel numbers and things like development on the parcels described in that certain deed recorded in Official Records Book 2571, page 1350 of the public records. Nobody knows what that is. I certainly don't. So you make these exceptions, and then you just don't describe them except by number. And then shared infrastructure on residential and commercial development. You know, we don't allow that now because we have stated in every way possible that commercial and residential uses are incompatible, and yet now we're accepting that they can share infrastructure. This is the most significant chapter in the comprehensive plan. It's where our strategies and our methodologies are laid out specifically to determine how we can grow in the future, and we are amending those right out of there. That's it.
Commissioner Smith.
I was going to make the comment earlier relative to, I think, what transpired with the agricultural acreage numbers. Some 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, there was a significant shift in the state of Florida on how property appraisers viewed agricultural exemptions. I don't know if all of you were here at the time, but we started getting calls from people on Canner Highway that had enjoyed their agricultural exemption for decades. And if they had a 20-acre or maybe it was a 40-acre parcel on Canner, all of a sudden 10% of it was agriculturally exempt and the rest was now taxable. And their beef was that I've had this generationally in agricultural exemption, and now you're forcing me to pay taxes on it because it's not active agriculture. And what happened was, and this isn't criticism, it's just I don't know that there was ever a full explanation of what happened, but by region in our county, we started reassessing what was active ag and what was not active ag. And so that one parcel, which now perhaps has a very large box being built on it, somewhat as a result of these kind of decisions in policy, had a few trees that were still considered to be active agriculture on their 20 or 40 acres. I forget which was the final number. And it went from hundreds of dollars in taxes to tens of thousands of dollars in taxes, and they were sold. And so through no fault of anybody up here or anything else, what was once classified as active agriculture no longer is agriculture. Pieces, itty-bitty pieces of it are, but not the total number, which I suspect would have a significant impact relative to the codes and how the property appraiser codes various aspects of our parcels all over Martin County on that one issue. And on the last issue that was commented on, I would say this much. The parcel, at least that I understand, would have shared a residential and commercial access point, would have had a site plan on Canner that really might have been a pretty kind of cool, interesting site plan to reviewed. When Senate Bill 102, I think it was, affordable housing, was it 102? Came into be because we didn't allow the sharing of land uses, and we were basically denying them the ability to do a mix of uses across the two land uses because they couldn't share the same access point, is now going to be the recipient of a Senate Bill 102 affordable housing project. And so sometimes you have to be careful of what you ask for because you might actually get it.
If I may follow up on that, thank you, Commissioner, for the very good description on the agricultural issue and the property appraisers codes. You're more aware of some of that than I am. On the sharing of land uses issue, I put on a graphic on the screen for everybody to help illustrate. I I intentionally have not identified anybody's property, but this is a large right-of-way that provides access. This is a much more limited right-of-way that provides access. And to upgrade the right-of-way here where my cursor is on the right-hand side, to provide access to a residential development on this property would impact a lot of other residential property owners. Whereas if we were allowed to provide access through the general commercial, which is the purple, and the red is the medium-density residential, from a major thoroughfare, it wouldn't impact other property owners, residential property owners on the east side of the proposed residential development that you see. And what I have illustrated here is one property ownership outlined and two different land use designations within that property ownership. And it's an example of a site where I know most of the habitat is back here on the eastern end in the residential area, and where you don't want the access going through the habitat anyway, and where it allows staff to work with the applicant to come up with a design that has less impact on habitat and less impact on surrounding residential areas.
And for those of you who are not familiar with Senate Bill 102, for those in the community that were not happy with all the apartment units that were built in the city of Stuart over the last 6 or 7 years, these kind of decisions are what force you in the direction of getting what we will end up with. And so I think for Martin County to have better control over its future and what land uses and zoning produce, I think it's a really good idea to be able to give our staff the best tool possible. The other thing I was going to say, just before we went into commissioner discussion on this item, do not ever retire, Clyde. I don't know that everybody watching or listening truly appreciate the amount of knowledge and the amount of historical knowledge and understanding of all of this process that you have. And you rattled through some stuff that was incredibly complex and complicated, as if you just had it all right here. And so for all my years of doing this, I thank you for your ability to do that.
Thank you.
So I have maybe a little answer to the wetland thing. Just my experience working with Michael Eusted with our environmental things. Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul, but Banner Lake at one point was considered a wetland. Well, we did a study, and it's mostly a lake, which then that would diminish the acreage of a wetland. And all of that stuff, we now, that goes all the way up to Point Santa Gardens, all of those wetlands have been actually delineated, and the acreage is actually accurate. So I'm sure that that has, and I don't know that for a fact, but it's logical that that would alter the numbers from a guess to a more accurate number, right? So
That's a perfect example that's applicable both in past data and in present data of how the remote sensing is going to treat the lake and the wetland around it all as one.
I tell you what, all of my experiences with that's been one of my most rewarding one is working with those guys and understanding nature and hydrology, and I've gotten really a lot out of it, and I really appreciate it. So with that, any further questions? Commissioner Campy.
I just want to reiterate the point that Mr. Doolin made originally to hopefully alleviate some fears of residents that either think the process is moving too quickly or, look, I listened to my colleague, Commissioner Hurd, and she brings up valid points that in her research has made her feel that that is the right way it's happening. But I also listened to my professional staff. Mr. Doolin, you didn't do this by yourself, did you?
Oh, Lord, no.
Give us a little taste of how many people are involved.
For all of these chapters, my thanks goes out to the Public Works staff, the Utilities Department staff, to a host of people in the Growth Management Department, Maria and Joan collecting public comment, Elise Elder, all of my comp planning staff.
Emergency
services, utility, the list goes on and on. If I tried to name everybody, I'd leave somebody out.
The whole county, pretty much.
So, and the reason I ask that is not to grandstand, it's that I hear my colleague, Commissioner Hurd. I hear what she says, it sounds legitimate. It's her opinion based on her research and those that have assisted in her creating the opinion that she has. The thing that I have heard consistently in the emails is wait until the new commissioners get here. As Commissioner Jenkins said, who is voluntarily did not run for reelection. They will be seated on November 19th. This needs to be submitted about a week later, give or take a couple of days, which would make it a very difficult process, as well as the fact that I know that their orientation to become new commissioners has already begun. And it's basically, the expression of taking a drink of water from a fire hose. They're having to be brought up to speed on every topic. This is a very complicated process, as you've heard. So for them in their orientation to have to then be brought up to speed on this, so that on their first inaugural day would have to vote so that it could get there the following 10 days, would be Herculean, and I don't think would be fair. The rest of us have had over a year to have conversation with staff, public, experts, whatever the case may be. The point I'm trying to make, and I hopefully will, is that when it comes back from Tallahassee in January, and then you have a chance to review their comments, whether they say, we agree with everything that you've written, or we have concerns, it'll then come back one more time in potentially February for a final adoption by the board, the new board, constituted board at that point. Commissioner Hurd will still be here. Commissioner Hetherington will still be here. I will still be here, and we'll have Commissioner-elect Capps and Commissioner-elect Vargas that will have a couple of months to at least take in this portion. So if what Commissioner Hurd has said today is proven to be factual, or she can convince two other commissioners, the new ones that ran on a policy, I watched them campaign, that they were going to be much more conservative in their decision-making. That's the backstop for all of this. So I don't want people through October, November, potentially into December and January to be like, they've destroyed the comprehensive plan, they've ruined Martin County. The concerns that the residents have that this might be rushed, or that Commissioner Hurd is right and all of our staff that's brought this forward is wrong. Those two new commissioners will have an opportunity to digest it, hear from the public, and then vote against it if they so choose. So today is not us all jumping off a cliff. That cliff is actually located in February. Thank you. So with that in mind, I will make a motion to accept staff's recommendation for this specific agenda item, knowing that the new commissioners will see it in February.
Okay, we do have one public comment card. Gigi Dubé.
Thank you. I know this process has made it hard for a lot of us to be civil, and I appreciate everything you said today about opportunities that we have. I'm Geraldine Janko Dubé. I'm with the Treasured Lands Foundation. One of the things that we look at as an indicator of our natural systems, the systems that we love about Florida, in particular about Martin County, are the wetlands. And in reviewing what is being changed here, and the references are being made to the 1985 National Wetlands Inventory, the data satellite classifications, the soil classifications, all of the studies that the county has done between 2001 and 2017. And you referenced in the staff report that it was very important to note that it's not an actual indication of the location of wetlands as required by Florida statutes. So that makes me concerned that this may not go far enough
in identifying wetlands that have not been identified yet, but in the future, the Environmental Department of Martin County may find are viable wetlands, and they don't meet what maybe the state criteria is. In the incidents where something like that would occur, how does the language address it? And that's what my question was, because I'm not understanding that it would. Thank you.
I can do it. I want to let them.
You want to respond?
Sure. The data that we were referring to in item 3 in the staff report and in the chapter is, as I said, remote sensing data. You fly over the surface of the earth with a plane and you take pictures, and you make educated guesses off of that. That's professional environmentalists make educated guesses on where the wetlands are, what is a wetland, what is not. And that's used because you can't go on people's property and identify the wetlands on each and every property in the 365 square miles that is Martin County. What we do require with each and every final site plan, with building permits, with excavation and fill permits, is an identification of any wetlands and a delineation by an environmental professional in compliance with state statute. And you really can't compare the remote sensing data that you get from flying overhead with the data that you, or the specific analysis that gets surveyed in on a site with an environmental professional walking it, looking at the plants, looking at the hydrology and so on like that. This remote sensing data is just used for planning purposes, for giving us an idea of, well, it might be there.
Got it. Okay, with that, anything else? We have a motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting.
Thank you.
Can you do your next one in 13 minutes? Or it's not you. Okay, public hearing number 2, legislative public hearing to consider transmittal of evaluation and appraisal report, based comprehensive plan amendment 24-02, overall goals, definitions. A text amendment. Jenna?
Nobby. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jenna Nobby. I'm a senior planner with the Growth Management Department. This is Chapter 2 of the comp plan that is proposed for amendment as part of this EAR process. And I will walk you through some of the proposed changes in the staff report here. So with the comp plan, one of the biggest foundations with it is internal consistency between all of the chapters. And in Chapter 2, some of the proposed changes are cross-references to other chapters for that internal consistency. So Policy 2.2A2 is being revised with reference to Chapter 9 regarding the exceptions for altering wetlands. There's a new policy proposed for consistency with Chapter 9 as well. It's Policy 2.2A7. This is regarding the exceptions to wetland buffer zone provisions. Policy 2.2C91 is being revised to reference Policy 8.1C1 in Chapter 8. Policy 2.2C9 is being revised to include a sentence about stormwater design and the consideration of tidal, inundation, and sea level rise impacts. This is consistent with the proposed resiliency text in Chapter 8. Objective 2.2F is proposed for addition, also with this reference to resiliency planning that's outlined in Chapter 8. Policy 2.4C1 is being revised to change this planning period time frame that we've referenced before from 15 years to 20 years. And then moving into the definitions section of Chapter 2, there are a few definitions that are proposed for revision to be consistent with either state statute or coming up to speed with, for example, the Village of Indiantown being incorporated. And lastly, we have a couple definitions. The definition for housing units in actual use is being proposed for deletion. This is consistent with the proposed changes in Chapter 4, as you just heard, and Chapter 1 as well. The definition for seasonal housing or seasonal population housing is proposed for revision, also consistent with changes in Chapter 4 and 1. And the definition for vacant seasonal housing units is proposed for deletion, consistent with the changes in Chapter 4 and 1. In addition to that, we have some miscellaneous grammar and housekeeping changes that are proposed in this chapter. So that concludes staff's presentation on Chapter 2. We recommend approval to transmit this chapter to the State of Florida Land Planning Agency, and we're available for any questions.
You did that in 3 minutes. All right. Any questions for staff? Do we have any public? No, seeing none. Commissioner Campy.
Would you and Mr. Doolin classify these as basically housekeeping and administrative kind of changes?
Yes.
Nothing, no dramatic changes in this particular chapter, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
A motion?
No, that was a question. I don't want to steal everyone's thunder.
Commissioner Heatherington.
Pending public comment, I will make a motion to, for staff's recommendation of approval to transmit.
Okay. I'll ask again for public comment since you want me to, but we didn't see any the first time around. So we have a motion by Commissioner Heatherington, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, public hearing number 3. You did a great job, by the way.
Thank you.
Legislative public hearing to consider transmittal of evaluation and appraisal report based comprehensive plan amendment 24-01 preamble, a text amendment.
Thank you, Commissioners. Jen Anabi, Senior Planner with the Growth Management Department. This is Chapter 1 of the Comprehensive Plan. This item was before you at the September 10th meeting, and because of the proposed changes for internal consistency with Chapter 4 and Chapter 2, this item was returned to the local planning agency on October 3rd. And so in your staff report on page 3, the changes that have been proposed in this chapter since you last saw it are highlighted in this gray section. So everything else from when you last saw it is the same. But in section 1.7B, housing unit demand projection, there's proposed revisions to be consistent with Chapter 4, and the same with section 1.7C, residential capacity calculations, also proposed to be consistent with Chapter 4. So if you have any other questions, we're available, but we recommend approval to transmit this to the State Land Planning Agency.
2 minutes. Get good. All right, any questions for staff? Seeing none, any public comment? Seeing none, back to the board.
Same set of circumstances as the last agenda item, correct? Very administrative housekeeping.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Smith, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay, we're on a roll. Legislative public hearing number 4. Legislative public hearing to consider transmittal of evaluation and appraisal report based comprehensive plan amendment 24-5 transportation element, a text amendment. Samantha Lovelady, Lisa Wixer. No? Ooh. And PWD staff. PWD. What is
Works Department.
Public Works Department staff. Okay. And it's just Samantha.
It's just me.
She can handle it.
Hopefully be joined
She can
by
handle it.
someone. So you have seen this chapter in September 10th, and we're back again on October 22nd. And the only changes that have been made are what's in red since you last saw it. So, actually, let's go down to the supplemental where we did. Here are the changes. So, they revising the purpose of section 5.6.A relating to future pathway needs, and that is on 962.
PWD guy.
Hi. Do you want to take over? This is Mike. Rizalka.
Yeah, I'm Michael Rizalka, the county engineer.
She was doing a great job, by the way.
She's doing
Don't mess it up now.
Yeah,
Keep going.
don't screw it up.
Well, to be honest, I came downstairs and I realized I forgot my jacket, so I went back.
Oh, for you, you require a certain level of.
So, this is the changes to 5.6.A. And this gives you future pathway needs. Do you want to take over, or do you want me to?
I can take over if you can run that part.
Okay.
In 5.6.A, these are the comments that were all brought up at the last commission meeting that we're going to run through here, that the changes have been made since the last commission meeting. In 5.6.A, we've added in about the guidelines for developing the future public non-motorized pathway needs and mitigation strategies for safer facilities. Basically, we're adding in the fact for mitigation. Then following farther down in the section, we've identified the following table, which is provided to introduce the level of stress concept and to recognize that the adequacy of a pathway is not determined by the number of cyclists and pedestrian carries, shows the general characteristics of pathway users. These level of traffic stress can be established once realistic levels of stress targets are evaluated and established as set forth in policy 5.4A11. And with that, yeah, there you go. We moved in to add all this language about the stress stuff. Existing or proposed facilities can be evaluated based on the crash surveillance report and the context classification described in section 5.2B by using the methodologies established in the FDOT's multimodal qualitative level of service manual. The following strategies can be implemented to reduce the level of stress and increase safety for cyclists: providing continuous separated or shared pathways, providing 7-foot buffered pathway adjacent to travelway where posted speeds are less than 40 miles an hour, providing a rigid barrier between the pathway and the travelway where posted speeds are 40 mile an hour or greater, or where the pathway is on a bridge longer than 1/4 mile. The following strategies can be implemented to reduce the stress level and increase safety for pedestrians, providing continuous pathways, providing a horizontal separation between the pathway and the travelway where posted speed is 25 miles an hour, providing a horizontal and a vertical separation between the pathway and the travelway where posted speeds are greater than 30. So those are all the mitigation strategies that we can deal with for pathways. So that's all added in there. We also added in the policy 5.4A11, which is enhanced bicyclist and pedestrian safety along bridges and major arterials. The county shall develop standards and encourage the state to develop standards that increase the safety of bicyclists and pedestrians along bridges and major arterials, which may include providing a rigid barrier between the facility and the travelway where the posted speed is 40 miles an hour or greater, or the bridge is longer than 1/4 mile. And the final thing that we changed from last time was we removed the references to the high-speed ferry to Fort Pierce. That was originally part of the regional waterways plan. So those are the changes that we've made since the last time you all saw this.
Commissioner Smith.
Yeah, I think it's great that, given the conversation we had yesterday at the MPO meeting relative to Mr. Drummond that passed away on the Sewell's Point Bridge, that the pathways conversation and the sort of memorializing in our comp plan the idea that there need to be separation and better safety measures relative to cyclists and pedestrians is important to our comp plan. So thank you for that. And I'm sure his family will be most appreciative. In addition, Hopefully, you all will work with the legislature to see that the legislature follows through with some changes to, when I say you all, I'm thinking you all, to work with our delegation and whatnot on just this very specific topic to see if we can't at least get some pilot projects done and looked at. We also had a really interesting, I thought a fantastic presentation at the Regional Planning Council the other day. And Tom, hopefully at some point you'll bring that presentation on the trails in Florida to the commission. There was once an idea, not only with the Greenways Trail and the continuation of that in Jonathan Dickinson along Route 1 down to Hope Sound, but also through the Atlantic Ridge to maybe really create something special for a trail. So hopefully that presentation can come back to the commission for their ability to see that.
Commissioner Hurd.
Yeah, I'm still concerned about our quality level of service. Generally, targets maintain LOSD during peak season, peak hour, peak direction as the lowest tolerable level of service. Man, I think that's a really pitiful goal because it's called unstable flow. Why on earth is that our acceptable standard? Why don't we at least aim for something that's better? And also, I feel like during peak season, peak hour, peak direction, that we're way below a D. So I don't.
What would you propose?
Good heavens, what about a B? What about a C? B is reasonably free flow. C is stable flow. Shouldn't that be our goal rather than saying, okay, we're going to live with D, which is approaching unstable flow? I feel like that's the kind of traffic I'm in pretty much every day. And this states that's okay.
I suspect that Mr. Donaldson has an answer for you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The level of service D has been the county's level of service for, I think, since the original comp plan. And so one of the challenges you have is that I think one of the first examples that when I was county engineer of a level of service D, of meeting level service D, was Dixie Highway through Port Salerno. And in order to achieve even maintaining D, it was to 4-lane it. And in that particular section, the community said they did not want to 4-lane the road, so we constrained it to a more urban section. So the cost to go to a level service C or B, you would have basically unrestricted. You could travel through the county quite easily, and the cost to provide those multi-lane urban expressways, et cetera. For instance, in Jensen Beach, when they looked at, do we keep US 1 to an 8-lane road, and DOT suggested that if we wanted to meet our level of service D, we should have 2 or 4 lanes that actually fly over Jensen Beach Boulevard, and you had this sort of kind of mini urban expressway, in which we said no. So that's the challenge, Commissioner, is I think the level of service D works. And if you make too free-flowing a traffic, the costs are enormous. And and D is the standard. The city of Stewart, of course, has adopted a level of service on US 1 that is like, well, they call it like D plus 50, or it's a level service affix, basically. They have said that there's going to be no traffic improvements to US 1 because doing so would require the acquisition of properties and adding additional lanes. So it is a complicated consideration in terms of, I think what is probably more strategic is which roads are you going to allow for a higher level of service and which roads you are not. And I think that's where we've gotten into constrained roadway concept, which is in the comp plan, which is Dixie Highway through Salerno, and other roadways we've talked about. You just simply, we're going to keep the neighborhood character the same, but the travel time will be longer. And that's, I know it's a very long-winded answer, but the main point is that level service D has been our standard since from the beginning of the comp plan. And it is one of the areas that we struggle with, meeting that balance between making improvements and keeping the look, feel of the community without overly accommodating vehicles.
Well, I'm sure that D looked a whole lot different in 1982 than it does in 2024.
Everything did.
And also, we've created transportation concurrency exception areas, and that's for those areas where you want to constrain the roads. Okay, allow us that option, but just to say, yeah, well, we're just going to be miserable in traffic because that's our goal is kind of a poor way to lead. I'm looking at policy 5.4A3, and I don't know which one I'm looking at. I don't know if I'm looking at the old one or the new one, frankly. It says,
Page number?
well, I got 974 or 27 of 34. It says include bicycle lanes on new resurfaced county arterials and collectors. Did you, Mr. Gazelka, did you add some clarifying language on that? Or are we going to include bicycle lanes on county arterials and collectors?
We did not add any additional language on it, no.
Anybody feel like adding bike lanes on county arterials and collectors is a good idea?
We have a lot of collectors that have bike lanes on them now. And, because collectors are just, that's what they are. They're the collector roads for the residences and moving people.
I just have issues with safety of bicycle lanes on roads like, arterials like Canner and US 1 and roads like that. I don't think that they're. And also policy 5.5A3, plan for a regional public transit authority. Can you amplify that a bit?
That's been in the plan also for a number of years in terms of looking at the efficiencies of running a transit operation to either expand our role beyond or be partner to either Palm Beach County or St. Lucie Indian River in terms of it spoke to a goal of looking at the efficiency of delivering transit through a perhaps larger management. It's been there for some time.
It was just called transportation before. Now we've actually renamed it transit.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Not a fan of that strategy either. And on policy 5.5A9, strive to expand the fixed route public transit system. The county shall strive to expand or add to the existing fixed routes, blah, blah. And I think that we're trying to diversify transit, and I wonder if this ties our hands somewhat by just expanding fixed routes, when I think there's been a lot of discussion about finding alternatives to fixed route planning.
May I jump in with you?
Yeah.
I don't disagree with Commissioner Hurd. If we are going to be looking at hybrid versions of offering transit services, then maybe you don't want to take this language out, but you would want to add something that gives you a little more of a broad definition of what that public transit might be, if it's Lyft and Ubers or free ride or whatever the case may be. If we're going to try to discuss traffic increases and change our level of service from D, you have to have some of these other options.
Maybe just strive to expand the public transit system rather than fixed route?
Yes.
I think that doesn't tie your hands and then also leaves open the possibility of a new hybrid version or a new option that maybe, especially considering we're not doing this every year, who knows what 2 or 3 years from now would mean. I know that many communities, and I'm not recommending that we do, but many communities picked up those little scooters or city bikes that you could leave around, so there's no language in here that would encourage that.
And lastly, policy 5.12A3, deepen the channel in Manatee Pocket.
Can I get some clarification on 5.5A9?
Yep.
So you're just wanting to take out
Fixed route.
this statement here?
I think they said that if you look at the starting sentence, it said, strive to expand the public transit system, so you eliminate the word fixed route.
Okay.
I don't want to limit us to expanding the fixed route. And lastly, deepen the channel in the Manatee Pocket.
And do you have a page number for that, please?
It says 981 or 34 of 34. It's the last policy in the transportation element. There you go. Why do we want to deepen the channel in the Manatee Pocket?
Cruise ships.
Yeah.
I
Maybe that was written before it was stretched.
Okay, yeah.
Jim's coming to rescue.
We're heading. I got it now, but it just took me a while to read it and get to it.
So this really speaks more to the maintenance dredging that we've done in the past. We need to continue to do dredging in there because the sedimentation that occurs in the channel, it's particularly susceptible to shoaling in areas where it gets too shallow for the existing uses, especially some of the uses that are deeper into the pocket. When we get that shoaling and sedimentation that occurs in there, over time, we're going to have to dredge it again. It's not something we could just do once. We have to plan and budget for maintenance dredging in the future.
Well, then that's what the language should say, is maintain a channel in the Manatee Pocket rather than deepen the channel in the Manatee Pocket.
Well, it says consider deepening.
I just don't want this to become a priority based upon this language. And I can see it becoming a priority based upon this language.
This speaks to the marine services route. So where the large, we have several industries in Martin County where they build very large custom yachts. And where they launch those yachts is on the very south end of the Manatee Pocket. And we don't want to get into a position where our homegrown businesses aren't able to launch those vessels through that area. That really is the only place they can put them in is the area in Rocky Point.
Can we not just change the beginning of that sentence? The county shall maintain
the channel
in Manatee Pocket to enable deeper draft vessels to access local marinas and services.
That's helpful.
Sure. You got it?
I got it.
We got it.
You're winning and winning and winning. Today's your day. Motion. Do it. You got everything you wanted. It's Christmas
No, I
morning.
didn't. I'm still stuck on D.
So,
As a favor to my friend and colleague, Commissioner Hurd, I will make the motion to accept staff's new language based on her insightful comments.
Commissioner Smith was going to do that apparently, but.
Well, I wanted to add a while ago, some comments. I back to this level of service D issue. I would argue that over the last 20-plus years, relative to level of service, Veterans Memorial Bridge has been added. Cove Road was 4-lane, or it was supposed to have been 4-laned by now. It is in the PD&E stage as we speak. Monterey out here was 4-laned. A1A north of Indian Street to Monterey was 4-laned. Canner Highway was expanded, all to give us capacity to keep us moving versus being in complete gridlock, which we would have been and were already entering into at the time at which those roads were modified. People kind of tend to forget what Monterey looked like when it was a 2-lane road, but it was a very different stretch between here and A1A some years ago.
Is that a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Campy, which I forgot until now, and seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor?
We need public comment,
Oh,
Commissioner? Sorry.
yes. Any public comment? Mr. Pine looked like he wanted to make a comment, but no. All right. Motion by Commissioner Campy, seconded by Commissioner Smith. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Opposed?
Motion carries 4-1 with Commissioner Hurd dissenting because of road D grade. I actually don't disagree with you, but you're out the door.
I
do we
make a
wanna do?
recommendation that Jen and Nabi do the rest of the chapters, because when she does them,
know,
they
it was
take,
like minutes.
they're unanimous,
Minutes.
and they take minutes. So let her do the rest of them.
Thanks.
You're doing great.
Yeah, Samantha, what was that all about?
So I hate to slow down or stop our momentum because we're doing very well here, but it is 12:15 and probably lunchtime, so.
No, we have.
Well, we have to do executive session.
Oh, darn it.
We're paying a court
Oh,
reporter.
lunch.
Oh, lunch.
Okay.
Bite your hands. Go.
All right, so we're going to let Sarah say what she needs to say.
Thank you, Commissioner. Sarah Woods, County Attorney. I've asked to meet with the Board of County Commissioners and the County Administrator in a private attorney-client session in accordance with Section 286.011 sub paren Florida statutes to obtain advice related to settlement negotiations or strategy related to litigation expenditures in the case of BMA Byland LLC versus South Florida Water Management District et al., case number 2023 CA 000052. In the background, plaintiff BMA Byland filed a lawsuit in the Circuit Court of Martin County against the county, South Florida Water Management District, Florida Fish and Game Conservation Commission, and the Board of Trustees of the Internal Improvement Trust Fund of the state of Florida, seeking vehicular access to BMA's properties located within the Palm Beach Heights unplatted subdivision. The case is before Judge Michael J. McNicholas. The lawsuit seeks vehicular access to plaintiff's properties through 3 easements recorded in the 1960s but never accepted by the county. Plaintiff's complaint alleges inverse condemnation, injunctions, and declarations as to easements and their validity. On June 23rd, the court granted plaintiff's emergency motion for a preliminary injunction, thereby preventing any of the defendants from restricting vehicular access through one of the alleged easement areas to the east section of Palmar. A mediation was held on June 20th, 2024, with all parties present, with settlement negotiations occurring. The mediation was continued and held on September 3rd, 2024. I am asking that the board agree to meet with Don Donaldson, County Administrator, Sarah Woods, County Attorney, Sebastian Poprowski, Senior Assistant County Attorney, in a private attorney-client session for approximately 1 hour or less in accordance with 286.0118 Florida statute for a strategy session regarding litigation expenditures concerning the case of BMA Byland LLC versus South Florida Water Management District et al., case number 2023 CA 000052. And I'm asking for a motion for that.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Hurd, seconded by Commissioner Heatherington. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries 4-0 with Commissioner Smith exited stage left, so I don't know where.
The Board of County Commissioners will, thank you. The Board of County Commissioners will now meet privately in an attorney-client session in accordance with Section 286.011, subparagraph 8 Florida statutes, in order to provide advice to the county attorney regarding pending litigation to which the county is presently a party before the court or administrative agency, specifically the case of BMA Byland LLC versus South Florida Water Management District et al., case number 2023 CA 000052. The session is expected to last approximately 1 hour or less. The people attending this session will be Commissioners Harold Jenkins,
Chairman Ed Campy, Doug Smith, Sarah Hurd, and Stacy Hetherington. County Administrator Don Donaldson, Sebastian Poprowski, Senior Assistant County Attorney, and myself, Sarah Woods, County Attorney. We are now in recess.
Okay, but we're coming back?
We will be,
and then we'll-
we will be back.
Then we'll
Then we'll
go
adjourn.
break for lunch. Okay. Okay, we are back, done with our
Executive session.
executive
Yes.
session.
The Chairman of the Board, please announce that the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners is now reopened to the public and the attorney-client session in the case of BMAN by Land LLC versus South Florida Water Management District et al., case number 2023 CA 000052 is now terminated.
What she said. So back in session, and we are going to take a break for lunch.